from Irma.
Up to the signs out here and rescue going on in kayaks. They were actually helping people from their houses in kayaks.
Yeah, we remember that. Maury Hartshone has lived in Riverside for nearly 50 years. She says she's pretty much experienced it all, but she says nothing compares to what Hurricane Irma did to Riverside. And several local counties will have sandbags available today if you want to pick some up. That's in St. Johns County. Sandbags are available from 8 until 5 p.m. Some of the spots you can pick them up are at Windswept Acre Park, the Hastings Town Hall, and North Beach Park on your screen here. In Bradford County, you can get sandbags at the Emergency Management Maintenance Yard from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. all day. In Nassau County, you can stop by the Yulee Sports Complex and North End Boat Ramp. Several airlines are offering waivers for people who have to fly Sunday and Monday. Delta, Southwest, Spirit, United, and others are offering rebooking options for several airports in Florida, including Jacksonville and Orlando. Some of these are on a case-by-case basis, so make sure you contact your airline. An escaped inmate we told you about back in custody in Columbia County this morning. Action News Jax showed you Travis Thomas's face earlier this week. Deputies say he walked off his work site near Deep Creek Wednesday. This is a new photo of him being taken back into custody. They did not say, though, where he was found. It's 4:54. A mother and her 3 children still fighting for their lives, and this is 4 weeks after a massive fire tore through the Callaway Cove apartments in North Jacksonville. Now the family opening up for the first time after the fire. And Action News Jax told you back in July when this fire broke out, tearing through the Callaway Cove apartments, leaving nearly a dozen families without a home. Keon Etheridge says his wife, Nicole, 3 children were caught in the fire, rushed to the hospital with severe burns. Letitia says her sister saw Nicole, went back into the apartment to try to save her kids.
She did what a parent would do. Any parent. Nicole has endured so much.
It's so hard, so stressful. Barely sleeping, barely eating.
Tough time for them these days. Etheridge spends a lot of time traveling back and forth to Boston, where all 3 children are recovering, and Gainesville, where his wife is. If you want to help them out, we have a link to their story on our webpage, actionnewsjax.com. We're wishing them also well. Beautiful kids. Some local doctors learning what it takes to treat injuries on the beach during a storm, who they're partnering with.
And at First Alert, meteorologist Garrett Beatonball just got the 5 a.m. advisory into us here in the First Alert Weather Center. Still 105 Category 2 hurricane. Hurricane watches issued for portions of the Bahamas now. We'll continue tracking this, the very latest, coming up next on Fox 30.
Fox 30 Action News Jax is a Cox Media Group station.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Just minutes ago, a new forecast track for Hurricane Dorian shows it's expected to make landfall in Florida's east coast as a Category 4 hurricane late on Monday. As Dorian moves over warm water, people are cleaning up the mess the storm left behind. This is new video from Puerto Rico showing some major flooding. You can see people trying to push a car out of the floodwaters there. And here's the very latest on the storm. All of our Florida and Georgia counties are under a state of emergency except Ware County. A hurricane watch has been issued for part of the Bahamas right now. And local colleges are canceling classes through next Tuesday. We'll have a list coming up.
And we could see local impacts from the storm as early as Sunday. Welcome to Action News Jax this morning at 5, everyone. I'm Dawn Lopez.
And I'm Phil Amato. Action News Jax has live team coverage for you as we track Hurricane Dorian this morning. The Action News Jax morning team, all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh with the storm's latest track that just came out minutes ago, Garrett.
Yeah, you can see here is a live look at our satellite, infrared satellite imagery. I'm still digesting the current data coming in from the National Hurricane Center as well. Not much change over the night. We don't have a recon flight in there right now. There'll be more as we head through the day today, and it's expected to be a Category 3 major hurricane by the time we go through today at some point, moving to the northwest right now at 12 miles per hour, still 105 mile per hour, Category 2 hurricane. Here's the updated forecast track. You can see here moving off to the north and west, a more west-northwest turn by late tonight and into the overnight, likely being a Category 3 major hurricane, intensifying there, and then impacting portions of the northwestern Bahamas by Sunday early in the day and through the day, and then Monday continuing to kind of back up that timing of potential landfall Monday night or early Tuesday morning there as a Category 4. And notice there's the cone of uncertainty still kind of there, the cone of concern, and that does still include Jacksonville. And so we're going to have to keep that in mind. There is some solutions that still kind of ride it up the coast, and so we're going to have to see how intense that ridge is, how strong it is, the blocking ridge of high pressure to make it go back to the west. And so still, here's the forecast models. I've expanded them out through Thursday because there is indications of a ride up the peninsula at some point, and that's a key for the forecast. Now, this map will update here in just a bit, but there's hurricane watches for the northwestern Bahamas as well. So what's changed? It's still a Cat 2. A hurricane watch issued for northwestern Bahamas, and Monday early Tuesday morning for that Category 4 landfall. And it'll be time to continue to check our hurricane supply kit. So the next advisory, now that we have a watch, will be at 8 a.m. for the northwest Bahamas. Now we'll have another advisory, intermediate advisory at 8 a.m. Myself and meteorologist Stacy Garvilla here tracking it for you here in the First Alert Weather Center. It's 5:02. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Good morning, everyone. Taking a live look here, 295 and Blanding Boulevard West Beltway, looking pretty good right now, so we're giving that a green light. Nothing to slow you down. Starting off your early morning commute right now, starting off on 95 and northbound from the Nocatee area at 210 and up to 295, delay free. No construction projects through this stretch, so pretty smooth all the way up to the Fuller Warren Bridge and I-10. 23 minutes to make that drive. So we're going to keep track of your travel conditions today, and right now things are looking pretty good as we have your travel times all quiet. You see the green there. We'll track these for you until 9 a.m. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thank you, Derek. It's 5:02. 6 of our local Georgia counties are right now under a state of emergency this morning. We have it highlighted on your screen here. Now, this gives the counties the money and the means to act in the case of severe damage from any storm. Now, evacuations have been ordered so far. Now, in Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis expanded the state of emergency to include all 67 Florida counties. Leaders in St. Johns County issued a separate local emergency declaration.
Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace joins us live in Ponte Vedra Beach now. And Elizabeth, flooding, of course, a main concern for families living along the coast.
Those families who live along the coast are actually considered to be in flood zone A, which means they will be the first to evacuate. Now, out here at the Ponte Vedra Beach this morning, clearly it's very windy out, and so we know rip currents and beach erosion will be major concerns during severe weather. Now, Action News Jax actually talked to some of those homeowners in St. Johns County who say they're still rebuilding their homes after Hurricane Irma. Now, some experienced devastating flood damage. Others say they built an entire new foundation on cement blocks to protect their homes this year. Now, with the uncertainty of Hurricane Dorian, county leaders are preparing you now.
Considering how volatile storms can be and we don't know where it's going to end up, right now it looks a little better for St. Johns County, but that could change overnight, could change in an hour. So we want to be ready and prepared.
And one of their ways to be prepared is declaring a state of emergency. Some of those county commissioners say that it allows them to allocate funds and better help people in their community. Reporting live in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And keep in mind the price gouging hotline is active in Florida and Georgia right now. So that means businesses cannot excessively increase prices for things like ice, gas, hotel rooms. And you'll find ways to report possible price gouging in your area on our website, actionnewsjax.com, and the Action News Jax mobile app.
Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to give an update on how the state is preparing at 9 o'clock this morning. And you can count, of course, on Action News Jax to bring you live as it happens. So far, 2,500 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated. An additional 1,500 are on standby. The state has 819,000 gallons of water and 1.8 million meals ready for distribution, and more water is on the way. You can watch Governor Ron DeSantis' address the state on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. We'll stream it to you on our Facebook page and in the free Action News Jax mobile app.
And we've been talking with the local schools, and Edward Waters College canceled classes for students today. The campus will close at noon today through Tuesday. Jacksonville University right now plans to close at 2 o'clock today and remain closed through Tuesday. The University of North Florida and Florida State College at Jacksonville are closed from Saturday through Tuesday. Action News Jax is also monitoring our local county school closures, and we will keep you up to date. If anything changes, we'll bring it to you. Right now, no local school activities are canceled this weekend. That could change, of course, next week if schools become shelters. Hurricane Dorian is right now, as we've mentioned, a Category 2 hurricane, and it's making its way towards Florida. It's forecasted to become a dangerous Category 4.
Powerful storm. That's why Governor DeSantis says everyone should expect to lose power. Our team coverage continues now with Action News Jax' Alicia Tarancon. Alicia, the mayor is also expected to give us an update on Hurricane Dorian later this morning.
Yes, and Mayor Curry will be answering questions about how the city is preparing today for Hurricane Dorian. Now, he'll be speaking over here at the command center, and meanwhile, there are other people here in Jacksonville who are also preparing for the storm. Now, in Springfield, one man said he lost power during Hurricane Matthew in 2016, and this time, he's not taking any chances. I want you to take a look at this. Most people tell Action News Jax that they're no strangers to the storms. Eric McNutt says his family lost power for 6 days when Hurricane Matthew hit. This time, they're ready because they have a backup generator.
Hopefully we won't lose power, but we might, and we're prepared for it.
And city leaders say it's also important to know your evacuation zones. If you're not sure what that is, you could visit our website, actionnewsjax.com, for more information on that. Coming up at 6, one woman shares one tip that she uses so she's not left in the dark. Reporting live in downtown, Alicia Tarancon, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Now, several local counties will have sandbags available today. In St. Johns County, sandbags are available from 8 this morning until 5 in the afternoon. Some of the spots you can pick those up at are at Windswept Acre Park, the Hastings Town Hall, and North Beach Park. Meanwhile, in Bradford County, you can get sandbags at the Emergency Management Maintenance Yard there from 8 this morning till 6 o'clock at night. And in Nassau County, you can stop by the Yulee Sports Complex and North End Boat Ramp. Right now, Beach's energy employees are taking steps to make sure the lights stay on for local families.
The company's director tells Action News Jax they waited too long to call in resources during Hurricane Matthew. Action News Jax' Letitia Variola is here in the studio right now. Letitia, now he says they have 70 linemen ready to respond.
That's what we want to hear, right? And even more additional crews ready to be on standby. Alan Putnam, director at Beach's Energy, says they have plenty of practice dealing with hurricane outages. He says they've made tweaks since Matthew and Irma. During Hurricane Matthew, all of their more than 35,000 customers in Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach too, lost power. Now, if all of their customers lose power, restoration would take 3 days max.
I've learned over time to make the call earlier rather than later, even though you may not get reimbursed for that expense by FEMA.
Beaches Energy does not have an outage map like JEA, but they're working to launch one within the next year. Meanwhile, JEA has 3 phases to get power back on should Dorian knock it out. Phase 1, most important here, restore the backbone. That's the grid that includes police, fire stations, and hospitals. Then phase 2, once fire responders or first responders are restored, crews will repair residential circuits. Phase 3, once circuits are restored, smaller isolated areas will be repaired. JEA asks all people, neighbors who have outages to report them so they can give the all clear when the power is back on. You can also find the full 2019 Hurricane Survival Guide if you want to read up on what you need on actionnewsjax.com.
All right, here we are tracking things for you in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. What has changed with the forecast advisory? Now, this map, I'm sending an update to the Action News Jax First Alert Weather app. And so, yes, we're on from 4:30 to 9 a.m. Let's use Max 2 right now here, and we'll show you the what's changed map here for the 5 a.m. advisory. Computer 2. Still a Category 2. A hurricane watch has been issued for the northwestern Bahamas. And you can see we're going to be continuing to monitor that over the next several days because that's where we will likely see a major hurricane impact here early Tuesday morning. So Monday night into early on Tuesday morning is the forecast landfall as a Category 4 hurricane there. And so that would obviously be a big blow to the southeast coast of Florida. So you can see here moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. The latest forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. We'll go over this data as well as your next 7 days coming up in the First Alert 7-day forecast. But with all the hurricanes since we've been keeping records in September, here's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish talking about showing you where they have impacted in the month of September.
Good morning. Well, I tweeted out this image from Dr. Phil Klotzbach. Check it out at Mike First Alert. It's all of the September hurricane landfalls on U.S. soil going back to 1851. Yeah, September because Dorian's not going to get here until after September 1st. And you can see a number of hits, of course. The only one in our area of a direct hit, Northeast Florida in September, well, that was Dora way back in 1964. Of course, there's always more in Talking the Tropics with Mike at actionnewsjax.com, and you can download for free the First Alert Weather app. And remember, stay up to date, but also stay calm through the weekend.
Thanks, Mike. First Alert Traffic watching the roads for you. I-10 and Stockton. That's a green light here in the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Pretty smooth ride there and looking good as you make your way up 95. No major delays. I'm not finding any construction projects slowing you down, so that is the good news as you make your way out the door this morning. If you have some errands you have to do or stock up on those hurricane supplies, things are looking pretty good. So make sure you're taking your time, and of course always actionnewsjax.com is your local resource. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Doctors learn what it takes to help people during a storm.
How they teamed up with local lifeguards to save lives in some harsh conditions.
Welcome back. Your time right now, 5:15. Some local doctors learned what it takes to treat injuries right there on the beach during a storm. UF Health planned the drills before Dorian formed, but the storm makes the training that much more important. Officials say that they learned how to help drowning swimmers and ran lightning strike drills as well. These doctors want to, of course, save lives no matter where they are.
All these doctors are actually going to be on shift during the storm at our emergency and trauma center, and they may have some of these injuries coming in.
The First Alert weather team says that there will be dangerous rip currents along our coastlines over the holiday weekend. To stay on top of Dorian's latest track, download the Action News Jax mobile app and the First Alert weather app free in your app store.
CBS47 and Fox 30 are official stations for the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're getting a live look now at the home of the Big Cats, TIAA Bank Field, where the Jags will look to get back to work today after losing last night's final preseason game to the Atlanta Falcons. You watched the game last night? Well, final score was 31-12 Falcons. Not even the possible effects, though, of Hurricane Dorian keeping fans from coming to support the black and teal last night. While they didn't get the outcome they were hoping for, they did get at least some nice weather conditions last night ahead of Dorian. Some say they aren't worried about the looming storm just yet.
I don't really worry until it gets to be a day or so, because there's so much could change, and this is football.
That's right. The Big Cats open up their season a week from Sunday here at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. No more practicing, no more preseason games. It's the real thing. A week from Sunday, the game starts at 1 o'clock, and you can catch it on CBS 47.
Now, certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball right now tracking Category 2 Hurricane Dorian with winds of 105 miles per hour. You can see moving off to the north and west here today. There's the center of circulation right there. Now, there's not a visible eye yet right now. There you can tell where it is, but it's not opened up. And so we'll likely see a Category 3 hurricane before it's all said and done here today. Wind shear, here's the unfavorable environment right over the central Bahamas, but right around the immediate circulation, it's pretty much fine here right now, at least low enough with a little bit of wind shear that it could strengthen here today. And also over those warm sea surface temperatures of 85 degrees plus here over the southwest Atlantic. Moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour again, the latest 5 a.m. forecast track continues to take it into a major hurricane status through the day today and through the weekend, though, of course, we've been slowing down the time as a ridge of high pressure builds to the north and kind of makes it slow down as it tries to get back to the north, but it just can't because there's a blocking ridge of high pressure keeping it going to the west. And so as we go into Monday early in the morning now, you can see still potentially nearer over some of the portions of the northwestern Bahamas, but then going right over the Gulf Stream and continuing to potentially impact the southeast Florida coast, and anywhere from south of Cape Canaveral to just north of Miami is really kind of the sweet spot for potential landfall right now. Of course, all these details will likely change or be nudged a little bit and massaged, but you can see we're also going to be watching this turn back to the north, and that really has significant impacts for our local forecast. How much rain we get, how much, say, water do we get falling into the St. Johns River Basin and our local beaches with onshore winds for potential beach erosion. And you can see also there's those spaghetti plots really kind of honing in on south of Cape Canaveral and north of Miami near Stuart, Florida, either side of those locations. So here's that blocking ridge of high pressure going to be wrapping its arm and making Dorian go to the west. It really depends on if there's a weakness in that ridge, if it can make that northern move, and where that happens is really key. Could it stay offshore? Could it ride up Matthew-esque there on the east coast of Florida or over the peninsula, which would be kind of like Irma did, and a little bit stronger likely by the time it makes its way here. So there's our forecast scenarios. You can see moving back with a weaker ridge and then a stronger ridge of high pressure push it to the west there in the direct impact with Florida. So hurricane watch is in effect for northwestern Bahamas near over Florida early Tuesday morning, increasing rip current risk this weekend, of course, regardless, with those swells arriving as early as Saturday, and that could be surf about 4 to 6 feet. So 8 a.m. is our updated stats and position, the next advisory since we have hurricane watches in effect right now for northwestern Bahamas. Locally here today, we have those showers offshore. A few lightning strikes as well. Perhaps you see them from St. Augustine. We'll be seeing these showers move in here today, so that onshore wind event continues, and that will be building water slowly into the St. Johns River Basin as well. Some showers and a few thunderstorms advance inland through the day today, and we'll see some showers for tomorrow as well. Here's the coastal forecast today. East-northeast winds, kind of breezy, 10 to 20 miles per hour with highs in the mid-80s there. Upper 80s inland, though. though. Scattered showers through this weekend. Not a washout for your weekend. There'll be moments of dry, mid to upper 80s with a few showers hit and miss by Monday. And then we really begin to track Dorian. Now the timing backed up to Tuesday into Wednesday and into Thursday as well. You can always get this forecast any time of the day and updated alerts right there on the Action News Jax First Alert Weather app. And join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish at 5 on CBS 47 Action News Jax. It's 5:20. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Taking a live look here, Butler Boulevard and Gate Parkway here. No problems to report. Green light here in the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. You're looking good in the Orange Park area as well as we zoom in down the street level. Smooth ride on Blanding Boulevard, US 17, and jumping on 295. No problems there. Swinging up by NAS Jax on US 17. Delay free in both directions, so no major problems in that part of town. Of course, a lot of you are filling up your cars. You may be leaving for the holiday weekend. Gas prices, checking them out, $2.28. That's the lowest I could find over on the north side. You can find the lowest in your neighborhood. Go to actionnewsjax.com, click on that traffic tab, and you can search by zip code. Phil?
Yeah, speaking about that, Derek, I got some gas coming in this morning, filled up the tank, but some gas stations, I understand, are getting busy as Dorian gets closer to Florida. People want to be ready, right?
They want to be ready, and it could be a little bit hard to find stations with enough fuel. We got a tool for you here, GasBuddy.com. It shows you where you can find the fuel. If you go to this website, GasBuddy.com, you click on the gas tools right there, and you go down to Outage Tracker, and it'll show you on the map by area, and there we have it zoomed into Jacksonville. You can see the list right there. The map hasn't come up yet, but it'll show you a map, and there it is. And you see the yellow stations, the yellow icons. That's the ones with a fuel that's going down and getting in low supply, so you can search before you leave your house, so Phil, you'll know where gas is in good supply.
Clay County leaders are asking their homeowners to get prepared now. Coming up, you'll hear from some of them on some of the extreme measures they've taken from past hurricanes.
What to watch, brought to you by Ashley Home Store.
Welcome back. Your time, 5:25. A mother and her 3 children are still fighting for their lives 4 weeks after a massive fire tore through the Callaway Cove apartments in North Jacksonville. And now the family is opening up for the very first time. Action News Jax told you back in July when this fire broke out at the old Washington Heights, leaving nearly a dozen families without a place to live. Nicole Etheridge and her 3 children were caught in that fire. They were rushed to area hospitals with severe burns. Etheridge rushed back into the apartment to try and save her children.
She did what a parent would do. Any parent. Nicole has endured so much.
It's so hard, so stressful. Barely sleeping, barely eating.
Now, these days, Etheridge spends a lot of time, we're told, traveling back and forth to Boston, where all 3 children are recovering, and Gainesville, where the wife is located. If you would like to help the Etheridge family, we have a link online at actionnewsjax.com.
Your time is 5:26 in Columbia County. 7 first responders are back home safe after being exposed to fentanyl. According to the report, Thursday they were called out to a home and found a man passed out. When they began trying to move that man, they say a small bag with white powder went into the air. The first responders were evacuated and taken to the hospital. They were treated and released.
At Action News Jax First Alert, meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh is tracking, of course, this hurricane, Hurricane Dorian, as a Category 2, gaining strength. The very latest on its track. We got an update at 5. That's coming up after the break.
Hurricane Dorian is gaining strength as it heads towards Florida. Coming up, how this storm can impact your Labor Day weekend.
This is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
A new forecast track for Hurricane Dorian shows the storm is slowing even more. This track was released in just the last 30 minutes. Dorian is now expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Cat 4 hurricane late Monday night into early Tuesday morning.
Satellite images show Hurricane Dorian turning over open water right now, warm water, as it heads for the coast. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team tells us that we should see some local impacts by mid-week next week. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dawn Lopez.
And I'm Phil Amato. Here's the very latest on that storm as you wake up this morning. There are no hurricane watches or warnings in Florida or Georgia in the counties here, but there is a hurricane watch in northwest Bahamas right now. That just went into effect. Right now, also, no evacuations have been ordered. If that does happen, though, FDOT will lift tolls in the affected areas.
The Action News Jax morning team is all hands on deck right now to get you prepared for the storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh with the storm's latest track. But one thing is for sure, Garrett, it's moving slowly.
Yeah, it is. It's moving to the northwest around 12 miles per hour. It's expected to slow down even more as we head through the next few days as it makes the turn back to the west and northwest. This is the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 5 a.m. 105 miles per hour, maximum sustained winds. Pressure at 979 millibars. We'll get some recon flights in there today. Right now, there's not one in the storm. We'll get that for another advisory here later today. But we will be seeing that likely turn into a major hurricane by sometime today. That's 115 miles per hour there, and continue its strengthening gradually as we go through Saturday and into Sunday. That's when it's expected to potentially be a Category 4 hurricane in the northwestern Bahamas. Hurricane watches in effect there. And then now 2 a.m. on Tuesday, potentially, or maybe a few hours either way, of impacting the southeast Florida coastline north of Miami and south of Cape Canaveral. There is kind of the hot spot for potential landfall right now. Of course, that could change very well. There is some solutions that get a little bit up the coast, and so we'll have to watch that, and some that go offshore and back to the north and east. And so very wide-ranging amount of possibilities here still with the end game for Dorian. There's those hurricane watches. Those will be upgraded to hurricane warnings pretty soon, eventually. And then so we'll be watching that for you here for when they go stateside as well. Still a Category 2 hurricane watch issued for the northwest Bahamas, and still expected to be a Category 3 at landfall. You can see increasing rip currents and surf for this weekend. Updated stats and position come in by 8 a.m. We'll bring it to you live here. And a few showers here locally today in the First Alert 7-day forecast. It's 5:32. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now, taking a live look at I-95 and Gulf Air, and all is good there. Green light on the north side in both directions. No crashes slowing you down right now. Taking a look at the ride down I-10 from the Baldwin area. A lot of construction going on in that interchange at 301, but no travel lanes blocked right now. So a smooth commute coming into town up to the 295 interchange, then racing your way towards I-95. 15 minutes to make that drive, so looking pretty good there and pretty much everywhere right now as we keep an eye on those travel times. A lot of it, a holiday weekend ahead of the storm, and you'll be traveling, but right now your roads are looking pretty good. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
All right, thank you, Derek. 5:33. Leaders in Clay County want to urge you, don't delay. Get prepared for a storm now. Get everything you need necessary.
Our team coverage continues now with Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace, and Elizabeth, homeowners along Black Creek say Hurricane Dorian brings back some painful memories.
Some of those homeowners out there say that they've gone to extreme lengths to protect their homes because they say that the damage was so severe left behind by Hurricane Irma. Excuse me. Action News Jax told you about 2 years ago, the water along Black Creek reached up to 30 feet after Hurricane Irma. One homeowner says that the creek reached the second story of his house. Now, Bob Sargent told us that he removed about 27,000 pounds of debris from his water-damaged home. And since then, he's added the watertight shipboard door to his house, which is usually found on a boat.
Minimal cost that it cost me for the door is well worth the work and the damage and the loss that it suffered without it. Well, I'll be closing that down and hope the creek doesn't rise any higher than 28 feet.
Now, for those of you who cannot afford to repair your homes, we found there's a way out for you. Coming up in the next hour, we'll show you more about the Hurricane Irma buyout program. Reporting live on Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS 47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And families in high-risk areas for flooding in Clay County can apply for a home buyout program. The deadline is September 9th. Now, these homes will be bought by the state at pre-Hurricane Irma prices. The homes will then be demolished and turned into green space, we're told, to reduce the impact of future disasters.
As we continue to track and monitor the latest with Hurricane Dorian, it's important to know your evacuation zone, of course. So far, no local counties are requiring you to evacuate. Action News Jax told you Wednesday it takes more than 24 hours to evacuate from St. Johns County. A statewide study says it takes even longer if you live in Nassau, Duval, or Clay County. So to check your evacuation routes, no matter which local county you live in, you could head to our Hurricane Center on actionnewsjax.com. Just type in your address. You can also find the full 2019 Hurricane Survival Guide on actionnewsjax.com.
5:35. Hurricane Dorian may have had an impact on your Labor Day plans, whether you're headed to the beach or you are planning to watch the FSU Boise State game.
Yeah, a lot of people had the day off, right? Action News Jax told you yesterday that the city decided it is safer moving that game to Tallahassee instead of having it played in Jacksonville. Action News Jax Alicia Tarancon joins us live with more on that. And Alicia, this storm is causing some major economic loss to the Jacksonville area now.
Yes, several local businesses are now left wondering what they're going to do with the lack of business. They were depending on those thousands of fans to come here to the downtown area. I want you to go ahead and take a look at this video. These are some of the businesses that Action News Jax visited the other day. This is the Hampton Inn on the South Bank. When Action News Jax stopped by, the phones were ringing off the hook. Those fans were planning on going to the FSU Boise game, and they were canceling their hotel rooms. The managers say they're working with guests to make sure they are refunded. Well, Fraser with Bold City Brewery is looking on the bright side and says he thinks there might still be people who stay downtown.
Bold City will be open until we can't be open. We're open every day here, so if we're not open, that means that things are really bad weather-wise. It's a little bit of a blow, and but I think we'll figure it out.
And if you were planning on heading to the beach this Labor Day weekend, coming up at 6:30, we're going to tell you what you and your family should be on the lookout for to make sure everyone stays safe. I'm reporting live, Alicia Tarancon, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And you can get a refund if you can't make the trip to Tallahassee for the FSU game. We have all that information posted for you at actionnewsjax.com and the Action News Jax mobile app.
Yeah, those tickets in Tallahassee only $10, so a deal, I guess, right? As Dorian moves closer to Florida's coast, local Navy bases are coming up with plans to keep everyone safe.
Action News Jax anchor Letitia Barriola is here in the studio. Again, Letitia, Naval Station Mayport is considering sending ships out to sea.
Yes, good morning to you. Well, the Navy says it's reviewing those plans right now. Sending the ships out to sea could get them away from the storm and reduce the risk of damage. Action News Jax spoke with base leaders about plans to keep everyone on base safe. They say it's important for all military families to review evacuation plans.
They need to think about where they're going to go. Should something happen, where are they going?
If the commanding officer calls for an evacuation, Action News Jax will bring you the update on air, of course, online on actionnewsjax.com. And in times like this, the Coast Guard and Navy bases, they have different levels used to prepare for hurricanes. Today, Mayport and NAS Jax are at the condition of Readiness 3. Well, that means winds of at least 50 miles per hour are expected within 48 hours. At this level, you should check for medical supplies, boarding up houses if needed, gathering supplies like water. And then you have, if conditions go to a 2 evacuations, if that could be ordered, you will want to move cars away from trees, power poles as well. And then this one, when winds are 12 hours out, the level raised to a 1, then you'll want to save your water. Make sure your pets are inside. Avoid windows. As conditions elevate, we will update you on air and online, actionnewsjax.com.
5:39. Local Veteran Affairs clinics canceled appointments set for Tuesday. So this will affect clinics in Duval, Putnam, St. Johns, Camden, and Ware counties. Appointments will be rescheduled. If you have TRICARE for insurance, you can get emergency prescription refills until September 6th. If you're worried about being able to get medicine refilled after the storm, go ahead and go now, we're told. The exception is being made in 26 Florida counties. That includes Baker, Bradford, Clay, Duval, Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns counties.
Tracking your boating and beach forecast as well. East-northeast winds 15 to 20 knots today. Offshore seas 4 to 5 feet offshore. High tide at 9:10 this morning, 9:36 p.m. this evening. Could be some minor coastal flooding with our new moon cycle today and the onshore winds. Moderate rip current risk at area beaches with surf at 2 to 4 feet. Surf temperatures in the mid-80s. Rip currents building today. Moderate category, and in through the weekend, high is on the category list there. I've also added the surf forecast as well. 4 to 6 footers building through Monday as well. It all depends on how fast Dorian begins that northerly turn, but swells will be increasing, especially into tomorrow and through the weekend. If you're going to out there for surfers, make sure to be doing it with a buddy, as again, the rip current risk will be high. Coming up in your first alert 7-day forecast, I'm timing out the different forecasts we have with Dorian and what they mean for you in terms of rainfall. That's coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast. Right now it's 5:40. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
A live look here as you make your way around the West Beltway, 295 and Commonwealth. That is a green light in both directions. Check in on Yulee, Nassau County. Good morning to you. Looking pretty good right now on 1795 State Road 200. Remember yesterday we had that construction that caused a little slowdown in that area, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let you know if that starts to slow down again. Otherwise, it's still very early, so your travel times are good on your major roadways. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thanks, Derek. Your time, 5:41. The Jags fall to the Dirty Birds of Atlanta, ending the preseason without a single win. But the team doesn't seem worried.
We're going into this first game. We're healthy.
Yeah, right. Training camp was different.
The players who weren't on the field and who the top performers were last night, that's coming up.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh. We are tracking Hurricane Dorian, a Category 2 hurricane moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. Meteorologist Stacey Garvilla joins me as we track the tropics coming up next.
The Arc Jacksonville Village, a special needs community, is preparing for Hurricane Dorian. Right now, they're evacuating residents, asking their parents to pick them up by Saturday night. For people who have to stay, they're asked to take shelter in the new community that was built to withstand a hurricane. Now, they advise anyone in the community who needs additional help to find a nearby shelter now so they're not stuck in their homes.
We want to give you a live look right now from JIA, Jacksonville International Airport, where several airlines are offering waivers for travelers who have to fly Sunday and Monday. So basically what that means is they're waiving fees for making any changes. Now, Delta, Southwest, Spirit, United, and others are offering rebooking options for several airports in Florida, including Jacksonville and Orlando. Some of these are on a case-by-case basis, so make sure you contact the airline before leaving home. To stay up to date, download the First Alert weather and news apps free in your app store for the very latest on the storm. And there you can also read Talking the Tropics with Mike, which is updated every day.
Well, the Jaguars preseason is over, and they ended up 0-4, not winning a single game. The team fell to the Atlanta Falcons last night by a score of 31-12. Action Sports Jack's Stuart Weber shows us which players stood out in the field in your Monday morning quarterback report.
The preseason is over, and mercifully so, as we take you out to the Monday morning quarterback driven by your local Hyundai dealers. And one more look as those final roster spots were on the line for some of those guys on the lower part of the roster. 40 guys did not play in this game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you're one of those 40 and not injured, good bet you're probably going to make this team, right? The final result, however, unpleasant. 31-12, the Atlanta Falcons get the victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. For the first time in franchise history, the Jags finished the preseason without a win. It's the preseason. Again, we really don't care. Top performers. We'll go with Elijah Hood, 8 carries, 71 yards, while Joe Giles Harris picked up 6 tackles. So hopefully enough to earn a spot on the team for those guys. Meanwhile, one of the guys we really watched was Gardner Minshew here at the Minshew Review. Did he do enough to win the backup job? That's kind of up for debate, especially with this coaching staff. He only went 11 for 26 passing for 79 yards. He finishes the preseason without a scoring drive. So certainly a bit of a disappointment for the rookie quarterback out of Washington State. I'm sure he would have wanted to score a touchdown here in the preseason. That is your Monday morning quarterback report driven by your local Hyundai dealers. I'm Stuart Weber. Let's go back to you.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonball right now. Category 2 Hurricane Dorian still churning in the southwestern Atlantic Ocean. We'll have recon flights in there this morning, and 105 miles per hour maximum sustained winds expected to increase in strength today to a major Category 3 hurricane, 115 miles per hour with those winds by about this afternoon or sometime today, pretty much. And that will be moving off to the west-northwest through tonight and then back to the west as we head through the weekend and into next week. So yes, the timing has continued to kind of back up a little bit for potential landfall here, and the cone pretty much encompasses the entire peninsula of Florida right now, and even portions of southeast Georgia as well, with a little bit of the expansion of the forecast cone, the 5-day forecast cone as well. You can see potential Category 3 hurricane impact there for, say, the south central Florida coast. Is what we're thinking right now. And you can see, of course, this could all change. There is the forecast models kind of honing in on that area as well as the Hurricane Center as well. And then likely to see the weakness in the ridge we've been talking about and turn back to the north. Now, that's going to be crucial. Where does that turn to the north happen? Earlier, later, or even later than that? And that would be well off to the west. And so here's two of the global forecast models we've been showing you, the overnight model runs. You can see the GFS in the purple shade. The yellow is the European model. You can see the European model is pretty strong, too. And they pretty much have honed in on that same spot, maybe just south of where the consensus was on those spaghetti plots, but north of Miami. And then that's where they differ a little bit as we head through Tuesday and into Wednesday. They continue riding up the Florida coast. And of course, you see that has implications for us with onshore winds coming in off the Atlantic, pushing water into the St. Johns River Basin after already an onshore wind event that we have now, and then also very heavy rain. And with what that looks like, this is the American GFS model through
Thursday, look at this, 7 to 10 plus inches of rain there. And then the European is even stronger. It all depends on the track. You can see some spots 10 to 20 plus inches of rain. Now, these are just model data, and they will change, but it gives you an idea of what we have to think about if the ride up Florida does indeed happen. So that's what we'll be monitoring for you here, just to give you a heads up there. So the weekend's not a washout, though. We will see some heavy rain, though, midweek. That's what we just showed you. And, of course, the isolated tornado and waterspout threat as well. With more on what's happening today, here's meteorologist Stacey Garvilla.
Yes, and of course, Garrett just mentioned that Dorian's still pretty far away with on and off showers as we head throughout the weekend. Today, we'll see some on and off showers as well. 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD dry right now, but some of the rain is currently offshore, and this is tracking westward today. So we've got the onshore flow. We'll see these showers start to move inland here as we head into the next several hours. Some of these showers still about 20 miles offshore of the coast of St. Augustine there. So into St. Johns County, into Duval County, as we head throughout the morning. As the peak heating of the day happens later on, some of these downpours could be quite heavy, and it will be a breezy day too with the onshore winds. We'll see wind gusts up near 25, maybe even 30 miles per hour, especially at the coast. So plan for a few of those showers today and in the days ahead. Here's more with the 7-day forecast with Garrett.
Yeah, you can see here on the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. And we'll see some on and off periods of showers, but it's not a washout. Again, there'll be moments of dry to do your storm prep and take advantage of the great weather there, or at least the drier weather. Mid to upper 80s as we head through Monday. A few showers on and off, onshore winds, and then tracking Dorian. We've shifted that text to Tuesday and Wednesday, right? You can see temperatures in the mid to upper 80s and that heavy rain and downpours and gusty conditions too. We'll keep tracking Dorian here in the First Alert Weather Center. Right now it's 5:51. Don't forget to download the free Action News Jax First Alert Weather app and join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish at 5 on CBS 47. Here's Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now, a live look at the roadways as we take a look at I-95, State Road 16 in St. Johns County. Good looking ride there. That is a green light as you head out the doors. We zoom in down to the street level. Downtown Jax, not seeing any problems right now. Matthews and Hart looking pretty good. The Fuller Warren Bridge, 61 miles per hour heading northbound towards I-10, and the Main Street Bridge looking good as well. Lake City, good morning to you. Things are looking pretty smooth on I-75. No problems on US 90 and I-10. No crashes or construction right now to slow you down. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thank you, Derek. We want to remind you that the news continues all weekend long, not just Monday through Friday.
That's right, because we have to keep our eye on Dorian, right? Of course, our hurricane coverage will continue through the weekend. Be sure to tune in Saturday morning, too, for your top news, sports, and weather. It begins at 6 on both Fox 30 and CBS 47.
Good morning. Coming up on Action News Jax at 6, keeping your lights on during the storm, what local utility companies learned about past hurricanes that will hopefully help keep you out of the dark.
Plus, another local company says they're planning to stay busy ahead of the storm. The one thing they say you can do if you're having problems with a tree.
tree trimming companies are busy, staying busy ahead of Hurricane Dorian. Odom's Beach's tree service worked to clear tree limbs away from a home here in San Marco. We found the company says it normally gets about 15 calls a day, but now they're getting at least 35 calls a day. If you have a tree that you're concerned about, don't sleep on that side of the house, of course. And if you can, stay with family or friends, but do make some phone calls for yourself.
Yeah, try to get those branches cut, right? City Rescue Mission of Jacksonville offering additional shelter to some 100 additional guests. Doors will open 1:30 p.m. on Sunday, they tell us. People can stay through Monday or until it's safe to leave. Action News Jax will keep all eyes on Dorian in the days to come, of course. The best thing you can do to stay ahead of the storm when we're not on the air is read Talking the Tropics with Mike on the Action News Jax website.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. We'll have Dorian updates for you on your car radio around the clock today and through the weekend as well. Clark Howard shares some real good personal advice if you are going to be staying in place in Northeast Florida on how to stay resilient after the storm and what pet owners need to remember to do. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
St. Johns County commissioners have now declared a state of emergency. Coming up, you'll hear from some local homeowners on what they've learned from past hurricanes.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
A new forecast track for Hurricane Dorian showing the storm is slowing down. It's now expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Category 4 hurricane early Tuesday. As Dorian moves over warm water, people are cleaning up the mess the storm left behind. This is brand new video from Puerto Rico this morning showing some major flooding there. You can see people trying to push a car out of floodwater.
And here's the very latest on the storm. We got an update at 5. All of our local Florida and Georgia counties are under a state of emergency except for Ware County. A hurricane watch has been issued now for parts of the Bahamas. Local college campuses are canceling classes through next Tuesday. And of course, there could be some extensions to that, but we'll see. We could see local impacts, though, as early as Tuesday here at home. Welcome to Action News Jax this morning at 6. I'm Dawn Lopez.
And I'm Phil Amato. Action News Jax's live team coverage as we track Hurricane Dorian this morning for you. The Action News Jax morning team, all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh with the storm's latest track. Garrett.
Yeah, you can see right now we're still monitoring this at 5 a.m. with the advisory there of 105 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. Still a Category 2 hurricane. You can see there's the convection around the center of circulation. Hurricane hunters will be flying through this multiple times through the day today. Here's the latest forecast track again. You can see expected to become a major hurricane later today at some point, and then moving off to the west and northwest here as we head through this weekend and strengthening as it does so over the warm waters of the southwestern Atlantic Ocean. That's 85 to even at times 90-degree water there, and also over the Gulf Stream. You can see it increasing to 140 miles per hour by Monday at 2 a.m. and making impact with the southeast coast of Florida is the current forecast for, say, Tuesday at 2 a.m. So that's nudged back a little bit there for the previous 11 o'clock advisory. But notice that's the cone of uncertainty, which does include some of the southwestern Atlantic. So there is some opportunity to still find a weakness in that Bermuda high we've been telling you about for days, but also the opportunity for it to ride up the coast of Florida, which will be a very heavy rain event and some inland flooding as well as some coastal erosion. You can see right now there is the spaghetti plots kind of honing in on south of Cape Canaveral to north of Miami, right there on the Treasure Coast and Fort Pierce, also into, say, Stuart, Florida. But here is also some hurricane watches that are in effect now. So we'll have an 8 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center now that we have watches in place again. No area in Florida is under a hurricane watch yet. Still a Category 2, a hurricane watch that has changed here at 5 a.m. for the northwestern Bahamas, and early Tuesday morning Florida landfall as a potential major hurricane. The last time a Cat 4 made landfall in Florida was Andrew. It's 6:02. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Good morning, everyone. Taking a live look at the West Beltway here, 295 and Collins Road. That is a green light ride. As you make your way out the door, a lot of people still have work and school this morning. We're far ahead of the storm. So as we zoom in down the street level, there's a car fire on 10 eastbound, the ramp to 228 there in the McClenny area. So watch out for lane blockage there as crews work to get that fire out and get that off the roadway. So a little bit of congestion there. Otherwise, a pretty smooth ride to and from the beaches. Atlantic Beach, Butler Boulevard is looking pretty good. A1A, no major problems there. And I'm not finding any construction projects in your way as well as we track travel times. 95 making your way through St. Johns County. Smooth commute from the south end all the way up past County Road 210. That's the very latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thank you, Derek. It's right now 6:03. 6 of our local Georgia counties are under a state of emergency this morning. We have it highlighted for you right here on this map on your screen. This gives the counties the money and means to act in the case of severe damage from any storm. No evacuations have been ordered so far. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis expanded the state of emergency to include all 67 counties. Leaders in St. Johns County issued a separate local emergency declaration.
Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace joins us live in Ponte Vedra Beach now. And Elizabeth, flooding a main concern for families living along the coast.
County leaders are asking you to start preparing your emergency plans now just in case. It's pretty windy out here this morning, but still relatively calm. You may not be able to see the water behind me, but we do know that county leaders are going to be watching that for rip currents and any other beach erosions in this area right now. Now, homeowners who have experienced the impact of Hurricane Matthew and Irma say that they're not taking any chances with Dorian this year. Some say they're still making repairs to their homes now 2 years later. County commissioners met Thursday where they declared a state of emergency for St. Johns County. Now, they say this allows them to allocate funding and better help people in their community.
We can then declare if we need an evacuation, if we need curfew, and all that will be decided by the county administrator and myself moving forward.
Now, if you want to check out to see if your home is in a flood zone or your evacuation route, we put a direct link to the maps on our website, actionnewsjax.com. Reporting live in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS 47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
The price gouging hotline is now active in Florida and Georgia right now. That means businesses cannot excessively increase prices for things like ice, gas, and hotel rooms. You can find ways to report possible price gouging in your area on actionnewsjax.com and the Action News Jax mobile app. Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to give an update on how the state is preparing at 9 this morning. You can count, of course, on Action News Jax to bring you that live as it happens. So far, 2,500 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated. An additional 1,500 are on standby. The state has 819,000 gallons of water and 1.8 million meals ready for distribution. More water, by the way, is also on the way, they tell us. You can watch Governor Ron DeSantis' address, the state, on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. Will stream or on our Facebook page as well and in the free Action News Jax mobile app.
And we've heard from some of our college campuses here in the city. Edward Waters College has canceled classes for students today, and the campus will close at noon today through Tuesday. Jacksonville University will close at 2 o'clock today and remain closed through Tuesday. The University of North Florida and Florida State College at Jacksonville are closed from Saturday through Tuesday, but again, keep it right here for any and all updates. Action News Jax is also monitoring local county school closures, and we'll bring you, of course, updates if anything changes. But right now, no local school activities are canceled this weekend. Again, that could change next week if schools become shelters.
Hurricane Dorian is now a Cat 2 hurricane, as we've been telling you, and as it makes its way to Florida, it could become a dangerous Category 4 storm. That's why Governor DeSantis says everyone should expect to lose power. Our team coverage now continues with Action News Jax' Alicia Tarancon. And Alicia, the mayor is also expected to give an update on Hurricane Dorian later this morning.
Yes, Mayor Curry will be answering questions about what the city is doing today to prepare for the storm, and he'll be speaking over here at the command center. Meanwhile, people in our area are also preparing for the storm. Most people tell Action News Jax that they're no stranger to storms. Eric McNuck lives in Springfield. His family bought a backup generator after they lost power for days after Hurricane Matthew hit. This woman lives in Riverside, and she knows what to do in case she loses power.
I've got plenty of water, plenty of food on hand, canned goods. I have candles in beer steins because they're easiest to carry around. The wind won't blow them out.
And city leaders also stress it's important to know your evacuation zone. If you're not sure where that is, you can head to our website, actionnewsjax.com, and we'll have more information about how to find the zone that you live in. I'm reporting live in downtown. Alicia Tarancon, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Right now, Beach's energy employees are taking steps to make sure the lights stay on for local families.
The company's director tells Action News Jax they waited too long to call in resources during Hurricane Matthew. Not this time around. Action News Jax and Letitia Barriola is here in the studio right now. Letitia, now they say they have about 70 linemen ready to respond.
They've learned some valuable lessons and even more additional crews ready to stand by. Alan Putnam, director at Beaches Energy, says they have plenty of practice dealing with hurricane outages. He says they've made tweaks since Matthew and Irma. During Hurricane Matthew, all of their more than 35,000 customers in Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville Beach, and Neptune Beach lost power. Now, if all of their customers lose power, restoration would take 3 days max.
Monitoring a coastal flood advisory now through Sunday. That's likely to be extended a little bit, at least as we head through the next couple of days. We'll be watching this for you here. The high tide cycle at Mayport is 9:10 this morning, but especially this evening. The evening high tide cycle is about 9:36 p.m. That'll be where we could see some minor coastal flooding with the new moon phase today and the persistent onshore wind that we've seen starting yesterday and into today, and it will linger through the weekend, by the way, with the onshore winds. Today, highs in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. A few showers moving in off the Atlantic, expanding inland as well. We'll be tracking that here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, and also the latest for Dorian, what we can expect here over the next few days as the timing slows down a bit. That's coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast. But here's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris talking about the September U.S. landfalls for hurricanes since 1871.
Good morning. Well, I tweeted out this image from Dr. Phil Klotzbach. Check it out at Mike First Alert. It's all of the September hurricane landfalls on U.S. soil going back to 1851. Yeah, September because Dorian's not going to get here until after September 1st. And you can see a number of hits, of course. The only one in our area of a direct hit, Northeast Florida in September, well, that was Dora, way back in 1964. Of course, there's always more in Talking the Tropics with Mike at actionnewsjax.com, and you can download for free the First Alert weather app. And remember, stay up to date, but also stay calm through the weekend.
And no, Mike was not here in 1964 for Dora, just to make that clear. Phillips and Butler, things are looking pretty good in both directions. That is a green light here in the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. A car fire, they're trying to put it out on 10 eastbound, the ramp to 228 there in the McClenny area. So watch out for first responders on the scene doing their work. So give them a little room as you make your way through that area. Otherwise, it's a pretty good looking ride. No delays as you make your way to and from the beaches. That is a smooth commute right now. So of course, we'll keep you updated on Twitter as you're on the go at Action Traffic, and of course information on flood zones and evacuation zones at actionnewsjax.com.
Was a little guy during Dora. Another disappointing loss for the Big Cats this preseason. Why fans say they're not worrying though just yet.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Well, right now monitoring Hurricane Dorian moving off to the north and west as a Category 2 hurricane at 105 miles per hour with those maximum sustained winds. Next advisory is at 8 a.m. We'll bring it to you live here on Action News Jax.
CBS47 and Fox 30 are your official stations for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you're getting a live look at the home of the Big Cats. TIAA Bank Field still lit up from last night's game, where the Jags will look to get back to work now after losing the game last night. The final preseason one to the Atlanta Falcons. The final score was 31-12.
Not impressive, but not even the possible effects of Hurricane Dorian is keeping fans from coming out to support the black and teal.
Yeah, well, they didn't get the outcome they were hoping for last night. They did get some nice weather conditions to enjoy at the game ahead of Dorian. Some say they're not worried about that looming storm just yet.
I don't really worry until it gets to be a day or so, because there's so much could change, and this is football.
The Big Cats open up their season a week from Sunday here at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. Regular season finally, right? The game starts at 1 o'clock, and you can catch it on CBS 47.
Now, when a storm hit, they put our personal belongings at risk. The Insurance Information Institute recommends home and business owners write down the name and phone number of your insurance carrier and your insurance agent, and you should keep that information on you. Also, take inventory. Create and store a room there in the house, a room-by-room record of your belongings. Store in an online storage like Google Cloud or even Microsoft Azure. And then, important to note, when caused property damage is covered under standard homeowners and renters business insurance policies. Renters insurance covers a renter's possessions. The landlord insures the structure. And to stay on top of Dorian's latest track, download the Action News Jax mobile app and the First Alert weather app as well.
Now certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert weather.
Hi, First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Well, right now, Category 2 hurricane again, monitoring moving to the north and west at 12 miles per hour. There's a center of circulation, maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour. Latest 5 a.m. forecast track looks like this. Next updated track will be at 11 a.m. Intermediate advisory at 8 a.m. For this morning. And we'll be watching it move back to the west and northwest. There's pretty good agreement with the forecast models that this part of the forecast happens here with a building ridge of high pressure, and I'll show you that in just a second. You could see potentially Category 4 by 2 a.m. in the morning on Sunday, if not before that. And then over the northwestern Bahamas, where there are now hurricane watches in effect, and then portions of the South Florida coastline. And still a wide range of possibilities, too, by the way, for landfall or just offshore. So there is agreement, though it looks like there is going to be some kind of Florida major hurricane impact, though, just looking at the latest forecast models. Of course, these will change. These will nudge up and down, maybe curve a little bit here over the next few days or so, especially since things are slowing down with the timing. But pretty good consensus right now. South of the Cape, north of Miami is kind of the area we're looking at, the Treasure Coast or just south of the Space Coast here. And then back to the north and northeast, some of the guidance is indicating now, which would be a big rain event for us here locally, and also we'll have to watch about some potential for, of course, isolated tornadoes and some beach erosion and flooding. But here's the steering flow, what we're watching. We have a big area of high pressure to the west. So the western half of the U.S. has a big high. We have another high, the Bermuda high, well offshore, of course, where it usually is, but it'll strengthen and kind of act as an atmospheric blocking mechanism that won't allow Dorian to escape back into the eastern and northwestern Atlantic Ocean. So if there's a weakness in that ridge, Dorian will try to go for the path of least resistance. It'll try to lift back to the north. But if it's strong, Dorian will stay to the west, and then likely as that ridge relaxes back into the eastern and central Atlantic, then Dorian can make that northeasterly curve. So there are a couple of scenarios here. They'll turn towards more the north and west and eventually back to the north and east, or that stronger ridge of high pressure, and that goes directly into Florida as a major Category 4 hurricane potentially with the current forecast. Regardless, it'll be increasing our surf and rip currents as we head through the next couple of days. Today it's moderate. We'll up it to high for the weekend. Surf building as early as the weekend as well. 4 to 6 footers and even 5+ feet as we head into Monday, and then that extends out, of course, depending on where Dorian goes into next week. So the bottom line for Dorian is over the southwestern Atlantic now, expected to become a major hurricane today near Florida early on Tuesday, and that's where we're thinking the landfall timing is now.
though that could change, and things will likely change too. That's why you want to keep up to date with the forecast. You don't want to go 24, 36 hours without checking things in. I talked to somebody yesterday who didn't even know there was a hurricane out there, and so you just can't do that. Check hurricane supply kits, of course, and get ready in case you need to act. 8 a.m. is our next updated stats and position here. We'll bring it to you live on the First Alert weather app, of course, with streaming capabilities there, and here on TV. Here's 5-Sweet First Alert Doppler HD, tracking some showers getting closer to St. Augustine, so potential right there at St. Augustine Beach here this morning. As we go through the day, the onshore winds continue, and we see some scattered showers pushing inland with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Relatively good weather for storm prep over the next couple of days. You can see highs in the mid to upper 80s for your weekend. Not a washout. There'll be periods of showers and breezy conditions at the beaches, though. And you want to make sure you're swimming with a buddy if you're in the water, if you have to do so, if you just want to go in. Mid to upper 80s to near 90, depends on where Dorian is, of course, as we head into next week. You can always get this forecast any time of the day on the Action News Jax First Alert weather app, and join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish at 5 on CBS 47 Action News Jax. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Taking a live look here at 9B and Racetrack Road, that new stretch of roadway there, and things are looking pretty smooth. That is a green light here in the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Car fire being put out in the Baker County area, McClenny, on the ramp to 228 from I-10, so watch out for first responder crews on the scene there as they get that situation taken care of. No word on injuries in that part of town as of yet. In the Nocatee, Durban area, pretty smooth on US 1, Racetrack Road, delay-free, County Road 210 looking good. And both directions on I-95, not seeing any major problems to report. Maybe you're filling up for the weekend. It is a holiday weekend ahead of this storm right now. Gas prices, the lowest I can find on the north side, a couple of stations right at $2.28 per gallon. Find the lowest in your area. Go to actionnewsjax.com, click on that traffic tab, and you can use the interactive map to search by zip code.
About gas stations are getting busy as Dorian gets closer to Florida. People want to be ready too, of course. Derek, local families could have a tough time finding stations with enough fuel, but you have a little tool here that people can use.
Absolutely. You might want to be filling up your car and other vehicles right now, and we can help you out with that using the Gas Buddy website. They have a good little tool here. If you go to gas tools here on this website and down to outage tracker, it tracks the gas stations in your area. You can put it in any area of Florida, really, but of course we have it zoomed into Jacksonville. You can see the icons there. The yellow means they're running low on fuel, and the red means they're out of fuel, and green, of course, means you are good to go. So use this tool before you fill up, before you head up for the holiday weekend. Guys?
All right. Thanks, Derek. Next at 6, if you're catching a flight for Labor Day, expect TSA security lines to be long. Action News Jax consumer advisor Clark Howard has one main thing that could help you get through the line quickly.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Stay up to date on all things Dorian around the clock when you're in the car, out and about today and through the weekend. President Trump deciding to scrap his visit to Poland, instead sending Vice President Pence so he can monitor Dorian updates from D.C. Former FBI Director James Comey found to have violated department policies when he kept and leaked memos about conversations that he had had with President Trump. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Well, some people may be getting out of town early for the Labor Day weekend to avoid this storm, but Action News Jack's consumer advisor Clark Howard has one main thing he wants you to do if you're catching a flight.
With Labor Day coming, well, you got to be prepared because we're going to hit the road, we're going to hit the air, we're going to go every possible way to visit places, be with family and friends. If you're going to the airport, know this. The TSA security lines have been ugly during holiday periods. TSA tries to ramp up, but, well, sometimes you could be in really, really, really long lines, especially think the Friday before Labor Day and Labor Day evening. If you are going to fly this holiday period, one thing I want you to do is I want you to do carry-on luggage only. It's a short holiday anyway. You don't have to stand in lines to check your bag and wait at that carousel for it to come out. The other thing is get to the airport early enough so that you don't see your plane leave without you because you're standing in a security line. I'm Clark Howard.
Hurricane Dorian is gaining strength as it heads towards Florida. Coming up, how this storm can impact your Labor Day weekend.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
A new forecast track for Hurricane Dorian shows the storm has slowed down even more. Dorian is now expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Category 4 hurricane early Tuesday.
Satellite images show Hurricane Dorian now churning over open water, warm water, as it heads for the coast. And this is new video out of Puerto Rico that shows the impact of Dorian. Look at all of this water. You can see cars nearly covered in floodwaters. It's important to remember this happened even though Puerto Rico did not take a direct hit, as we told you, but the U.S. Virgin Islands did. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team says that we should expect some local impacts by mid-next week. Welcome, everyone. I'm Dawn Mopan.
And I'm Phil Amato, and possibly a lot of rain, too. We'll have another update on Hurricane Dorian at 8 a.m. But here's the very latest on the storm. Part of the Bahamas is under a hurricane watch. No watches or warnings are in effect for our Florida or Georgia counties. A state of emergency, though, is in effect.
The Action News Jax morning team is all hands on deck to get you prepared for the big storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh with the very latest on this storm. So it's right now a very strong Category 2, but it's expected to continue to build.
Yeah, through the day today, we'll get some Hurricane Hunter recon flights out there, and they'll investigate, and we'll get the new advisory by 8 a.m. with that, and by 11 a.m. as well with a new track. There's some cloud cover off to the east, and Action News Jax First Alert Skycam Network in Riverside. It's got some showers offshore, a few coastal showers today. Here, though, you can see there's the latest stats. A Category 2 still 105 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds as it moves off to the north and west here today. Expected to become that major hurricane status over the open waters of the southwestern Atlantic Ocean, and then as we head through the weekend, making that turn to the west, and that's when we expect it to also intensify to a Category 4 before making landfall with some portion of the coast of Florida, especially favoring, say, like the Stuart, Florida area. It's kind of where we're honing in on right now. Of course, that could change up or down or even offshore. You can see here, though, making a turn back up the peninsula, which would be kind of a scenario that would give us a lot of rain. What I've got right now is the earliest or the most likely arrival times as of the current advisory and as of the current forecast for potential tropical storm force winds. To give you an idea for preparation purposes, Monday by 8 p.m. to Tuesday at 8 a.m. encompassing the area here with potential wind gusts here. So just to give you some idea, I know a lot of you want to know when things are going to get bad. We're still ironing those details out, but right now hurricane watch is in effect for the northwestern Bahamas. So this morning with the morning advisory, still a Category 2. Something that's changed is now we have a hurricane watch in effect for northwestern Bahamas, and early Tuesday morning, Florida landfall as potentially a Category 4. So coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast, we'll still be awaiting the next 8 a.m. advisory, updated stats and position. That's coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast and your weekend as well. That's coming up in just a bit. Right now it's 6:32. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
A live look here at I-10 and Cassett Avenue. Not slow as of yet, but it's starting to build up as people are still heading out to work and school today ahead of this storm. Things as normal, and right now a car fire being cleared up in the Baker County area on I-10 right at mile marker 339 there, just after you pass the McClenny exit, so watch out for delays. You're backed up a little bit. Let's see that back up about 2 miles there after you pass the exit for 228, so watch out for delays, maybe leaving that area in McClenny. You can take US 90 as an alternate route to avoid that slowdown. Otherwise, it's still pretty quiet as you make your way around for the morning commute. As we check your travel times, this is on US 17 leaving Green Cove Springs up through Fleming Island and all the way to the Ortega River Bridge. Still a smooth commute, delay-free right now. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thank you, Derek. Leaders in Clay County are urging you to be prepared for the storm and be ready to leave if necessary.
That's right. Do it now, right? The team coverage picks up with Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace. And Elizabeth, homeowners along Black Creek say Hurricane Dorian brings back some painful memories for them.
And now they're not taking any chances with Hurricane Dorian. Some of them have gone to extreme lengths to protect their homes because they say the damage from the last hurricane was just so severe. Now, Action News Jax told you 2 years ago the water along Black Creek reached up to 30 feet after Hurricane Irma. Now, one homeowner told us that the creek reached his second story of his house. Bob Sargent told us he removed about 27,000 pounds of debris from his water-damaged home. And since then, he added a watertight shipboard door to his house, which is usually found on boats.
Minimal cost that it cost me for the door is well worth the work and the damage and the loss that I'd suffer without it. Well, I'll be closing that down and hope the creek doesn't rise any higher than 28 feet.
Now, for those who cannot afford to rebuild their homes because of hurricane damage, we're going to show you in the next hour how you can afford to still get rid of it if you want to. It's with the home buyout program. That's coming next in the next hour. Reporting live in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
As we continue to track and monitor the latest with Hurricane Dorian, it's important to know your evacuation zone. So far, though, no local counties are requiring you to evacuate. See all those different colors there? There's actually 6 different colors, zones A through F. So it's important to know your zone, the letter. Action News Jax told you Wednesday it takes more than 24 hours to evacuate from St. Johns County. A statewide study says it takes even longer if you live in Nassau, Duval, or Clay counties. To check your evacuation route, and if you're in an evacuation zone, no matter what local county you live in, just head to the Hurricane Center on actionnewsjax.com. You can also find the full 2019 Hurricane Survival Guide on actionnewsjax.com as well.
Jags fall to the Dirty Birds of Atlanta, ending the preseason without a single win. Why the team says they're not worried.
Well, the Jaguars preseason now officially over, and they ended up 0-4 for that short season, not winning a single game those 4 games. The team fell to the Falcons last night by a score of 31-12 if you were watching. Action Sports Jack's Stuart Weber shows you which players stood out on the field in your Monday morning quarterback report on this Friday.
The preseason is over, and mercifully so, as we take you out to the Monday morning quarterback driven by your local Hyundai dealers. And one more look as those final roster spots were on the line for some of those guys on the lower part of the roster. 40 guys did not play in this game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you're one of those 40 and not injured, good bet you're probably going to make this team, right? The final result, however, unpleasant. 31-12, the Atlanta Falcons get the victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. For the first time in franchise history, the Jags finished the preseason without a win. It's the preseason. Again, we really don't care. Top performers, top performers. We'll go with Elijah Hood, 8 carries, 71 yards, while Joe Giles Harris picked up 6 tackles. So hopefully enough to earn a spot on the team for those guys. Meanwhile, one of the guys we really watched was Gardner Minshew here at the Minshew Review. Did he do enough to win the backup job? That's kind of up for debate, especially with this coaching staff. He only went 11 for 26 passing for 79 yards. He finishes the preseason without a scoring drive. So certainly a bit of a disappointment for the rookie quarterback out of Washington State. I'm sure he would have wanted to score a touchdown here in the preseason. That is your Monday morning quarterback report driven by your local Hyundai dealers. I'm Stuart Weber. Let's go back to you.
Thanks, Stuart. Here's a live look at Jacksonville Beach on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam Network. Let's enjoy this while we can here with some sunshine coming up in between the clouds and a moderate rip current risk at area beaches. Today, hour by hour, the onshore wind coming in off the Atlantic there will keep things cooler at the beaches in the mid-80s, upper 80s to near 90 degrees inland with partly to at times mostly cloudy skies with some periods of showers as well. Maybe a rumble of thunder or two, but we're continuing to track Hurricane Dorian here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. I'll be timing out the latest details and how much rain we could see from this system. That's coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast. Right now at 6:40. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Checking in on the East Beltway here, 295 and Pulaski Road. All is quiet there. Green light ride as people head out to work on this commute right now. A little bit of a slowdown in Baker County. A car fire is being worked on I-10 eastbound at mile marker 339 just past the McClinney exit there, and you can see the backup all the way almost to the exit ramps there. So you want to move up to US 90 to make your way towards town to avoid that delay. Otherwise, things are looking pretty good. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Hurricane Dorian is gaining strength as it heads towards Florida. Coming up, how this storm can impact your Labor Day weekend.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. We'll have Dorian updates for you around the clock as you're out and about on your car radio. Clark Howard shares some personal advice after he has gone through both Matthew and Irma on how to prepare your home and what pet owners need to remember as you prepare for Dorian's arrival. WOKD's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Hi, I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball. Here's your 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. Today, some scattered onshore winds will give us scattered showers and temperatures in the mid to upper 80s and a moderate rip current risk at area beaches. Surf building through the weekend, too, but some on and off scattered showers. Not a washout for your holiday weekend now since we're tracking Dorian slowing down into next week. Likely to be bringing a lot of rain and windy conditions as we head through next week.
Welcome back. Your time, 6:44. Hurricane Dorian may have an impact on your Labor Day plans, whether you're headed out to the beach or you were planning to watch the big FSU Boise State game.
Action News Jax told you yesterday that the city decided it was safer to move that game to Tallahassee instead of playing at TIAA Bank Field. Action News Jax Alicia Tarancon joins us live this morning. And Alicia, this storm causing a major economic loss here to the Jacksonville area.
Yes, now several businesses are going to have to make up for the loss of not having thousands of fans here in downtown Jacksonville. And if your Labor Day plans included the beach, there are some signs that you should look out for. One of the biggest and most serious signs are red flag signs over at the beach. They warn swimmers of hazards like strong currents. Red flags are flying in St. Johns County and are expected to fly throughout the weekend. And they could move into double red flag conditions, which means swimming is closed. At the Hampton Inn on the South Bank, the phones were ringing off the hook after the mayor announced that the FSU Boise game would be moved to Tallahassee. That's when the room cancellations came in. The managers say they're working with guests to make sure they're not charged, but businesses will be impacted.
Between Friday and Saturday, I would say the majority of the occupancy here at the hotel was for the game. It's going to be a big loss, I think, for our hotel and many of the hotels downtown.
And at this time, DCPS did say they've also canceled their scheduled activities that they were planning on their school campuses throughout the weekend and on Monday. But at this time, they do say that they will be having their high school football games later today. I'm reporting live in downtown, Alicia Tarrant-Kahn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Thank you, Alicia. As Dorian moves closer to Florida's coast, local Navy bases are coming up with plans to keep everyone safe.
Action News Jax, Letitia Barriola back here in the studio with us right now. Letitia, the Navy could move some of those ships out to sea.
Yes, good morning. The Navy says it's reviewing those plans right now. Coast Guard and Navy bases have different levels used to prepare for hurricanes. Today, Mayport, NAS Jax are at a condition of readiness 3. So that means winds of at least 50 miles per hour are expected within 48 hours. At this level, you should check for medical supplies. I wonder, there we are, maybe. Medical supplies, boarding up houses if needed, gathering supplies like water. So if conditions update to 2 evacuations could be ordered, you'll want to move away cars from trees, power poles. Let's see if this one matches. Nah, okay. When winds are 12 hours out, the levels gets raised to a 1. Then you'll want to save water, be sure pets are inside, avoid windows. As conditions elevate, we'll update you on air on actionnewsjax.com.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
My First Alert meteorologist Gary Biedenball watching the hurricane hunters. Now they've been in the air for a little bit. They're moving and getting closer to Hurricane Dorian to investigate the area. We'll get information hopefully with a fix of the center by the 8 a.m. forecast advisory. Moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. Hurricane Dorian at 105 miles per hour with the maximum sustained winds. You can see here as we show you the updated forecast track as of 5 a.m. if you're just waking up and getting going. Still expected to be a major hurricane hit, though at a later time by Tuesday a.m. 2 a.m. in the morning. You see 130, maybe even 140 miles per hour as it makes landfall there near the Stuart, Florida area, in and around that area, which had, of course, an impact with Gene back in 2004. Now, as we go through Monday and into Tuesday, here's the spaghetti plots continuing to indicate south of Cape Canaveral, north of Miami, and then that turn back to the north and northeast. That would be a very heavy rain event for us here locally if that would verify with the eventual track of Dorian. Here's the GFS and the European models here this morning. There's the GFS purple. European is in the yellow there. You can see they're actually in pretty good agreement there with an impact to Florida there. And then that's where they diverge a little bit as we go through Tuesday and Wednesday. The GFS keeps it a little bit closer to Tampa, but both go back to the north and east. And of course, you see right there for northeast Florida and southeast Georgia as well will be potential impacts, as well as portions of the Carolinas would have to watch this as well. So with that, we mean to talk about rainfall. GFS totals as we go through Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This is just to show you what the potential is. These numbers will change. This is just to show you what we'll be dealing with if that scenario plays out. You can see here 10+ inches of rain in some local neighborhoods with the deepest moisture. Gainesville back to 15+ inches there. That's the GFS solution. Now, if we get the European model that goes a little bit closer over Jacksonville, we could see some areas get 15 to 20 inches of rain. So that's something we have to keep in mind when you're making your prep plans here over the next few days if those solutions play out with that track right up the Florida Peninsula. Going to be a lot of rain in a short period of time. So the weekend, though, first is not a washout. Heavy rain at times next week, especially as Dorian gets closer. We'll have to watch for potential tornadoes and waterspouts, of course, as well, and very high and dangerous surf and rip currents at our area beaches. Now, the next update is by 8 a.m. That stats and position update. We'll bring it to you live here on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. With more, here's meteorologist Stacey Garvilla.
All right, thanks so much, Garrett. And we are keeping a close eye on when we can expect to feel some of those tropical storm force winds and hurricane force winds. Of course, Dorian has slowed down even more. There are hurricane watches in effect for the northwest Bahamas, feeling those tropical storm force winds as we head into early Sunday, even getting some of those hurricane force winds. And then as Dorian heads towards the Florida East Coast, we could be feeling some of those tropical storm force winds at the Florida East Coast anywhere from Sunday into Monday. Now here locally, it looks like if it does make landfall south of Cape Canaveral, then turning to the north, we could begin to feel some of those tropical storm force winds as we begin to head into about the Wednesday time frame. I think especially into Wednesday and Thursday, the winds really picking up for our area along with some of that rain. Of course, Garrett is tracking when more rain returns in the 7-day forecast. Garrett?
Yeah, you can see right now on First Alert Doppler HD, seeing some of those scattered showers here get closer to St. Johns County. We'll see onshore winds today bring a few scattered showers and thunderstorms. Highs will be in the mid to upper 80s. Your Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. There'll be some periods of scattered showers with onshore winds, but also some moments of dry for your weekend now that Dorian's slowing down with that forecast track. So enjoy some of your weekend here and a good time, good weather to get storm prepped. Mid to upper 80s into Labor Day. We'll see some scattered showers still, but then we'll be tracking Dorian, and the exact track, of course, highly dependent on our forecast into next week. You can always get the forecast right there on the First Alert weather app and from Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris beginning at 5 on CBS47 Action News Jax. Here's Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
Traffic starting to slow down a little bit. 10 and US 17. That is a yellow light, and there's one slow spot out in Baker County, a car fire causing delays. 10 eastbound right at 339, just past the McClenny exit. You want to move up to US 90 as your alternate route. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
What to watch, brought to you by Ashley Home Store.
Your time is 6:54. You're watching Action News Jax right now.
We have everything you need to know before you go. Breaking news, top stories, and more in your power block of nonstop news, weather, and traffic. As Hurricane Dorian approaches Florida's coastline. Governor Ron DeSantis expanded the state of emergency to include now all 67 counties. Action News Jackson Elizabeth Pace joins us live with the new developments now. Elizabeth, flooding is a main concern for families living all up and down the coast.
That's right. I mean, it's pretty windy out here and it's kind of calm. We actually just saw some people ride in to check on the sea turtle nests out here. One of them you might be able to see behind me now that the sun is coming up. But we do know that county leaders are going to be watching the water and the beaches, looking for elevated rip currents and beach erosions out here, because they say flooding will be a major concern during the severe weather expected for this weekend. And so coming up, we'll explain how some homeowners are preparing their houses for Hurricane Dorian. Reporting live in St. Johns County, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Well, Hurricane Dorian is now a Category 2 hurricane as it makes its way to Florida. It could become a dangerous Category 4. As Action News Jax' Alicia Tarancon joins us now live. Alicia, Jacksonville Mayor Lenny Curry expected to give us an update later on this morning on how the city is preparing for the storm.
Yes, Mayor Curry will be answering those questions about what the city is doing today to help prepare for the storm. Meanwhile, people in our area are already preparing ahead of the storm. Coming up, we're going to hear from one local man from Springfield on what his family now has so that they never lose power when a storm hits. I'm reporting live in downtown, Alicia Tarancon, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball right now tracking Category 2 Hurricane Dorian here, moving off to the north and west, 105 miles per hour. I'll show you the latest track coming up next on Fox 30. And today, highs in the mid to upper 80s, near 90, well, and a few scattered showers moving in off the Atlantic with onshore breezy winds around 10 to 20 miles per hour at the immediate coast for today. So I'll time out the latest on Dorian coming up next on Fox 30. Right now it's 6:56. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Live look at 95 in Bay Meadows as you go northbound, starting to slow down there in the distance. You see the tail lights, giving that a yellow light. Slow ride in Baker County. A car fire has a lane blocked here on 10 eastbound at 339, backing traffic up to the McClinney exit there at 228. We'll be tracking this slowdown and your travel times coming up on Fox 30.
Just into the Action News Jax newsroom, Carnival cruise ship is changing routes for some of its ships. Out of Charleston, the Sunshine is evaluating right now a cruise next week. In Jacksonville, the Carnival Ecstasy is slated to pull out tomorrow. No changes to those plans. Everything we're told could change as the forecast, of course, changes. Be sure to check with your cruise status before you head off to the port.
The City Rescue Mission of Jacksonville offering additional shelter to 100 guests. Doors will open at 1:30 this afternoon. Actually, on Sunday, people can stay through Monday or until it's safe to leave.
A local Veteran Affairs clinic canceled appointments set for Tuesday. It'll affect clinics in Duval, Putnam, St. Johns, Camden, and Ware counties. Appointments will be rescheduled. If you have TRICARE for insurance, you can get emergency prescription refills now until September 6th. If you're worried about being able to get your medications refilled after the storm, go ahead and do it now. The exception is being made in 26 Florida counties, and that would include Baker, Bradford, Clay, Duval, Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns counties.
The Arc Jacksonville Village, a special needs community, is preparing for Hurricane Dorian. Right now, they're evacuating residents, asking their parents to pick them up by Saturday night. For people who have to stay, they're being asked to take shelter in the new community that was built to withstand a hurricane. They advise anyone in the community who needs additional help to find a nearby shelter as soon as possible.
There's some folks busy around this community. Tree trimming companies are staying busy ahead of Hurricane Dorian. Odom's Beach's tree service worked to clear tree limbs away from homes in St. San Marco. The company tells Action News Jax it normally gets about 15 calls a day, but now they're getting at least 35 calls a day. If you have a tree that you're concerned about, you're advised not to sleep on that side of the house and make some calls or try and stay with family and friends if you can.
Your Action News Jax time is 6:59.
Here's a look at what's ahead on CBS this morning.
Coming up, millions prepare for the arrival of Hurricane Dorian. We'll take a look at how devastating its impact may be. Plus, how can you create meat without harming animals? These scientists may have found a way. Coming up on CBS This Morning.
We have much more coming up on Fox 30 at 7.
Action News Jax, Atisha Barriola is here in the studio with what we're working on for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
More news on the way. Students
Before you pack your bag this morning, there are a couple closures you need to know about. The local colleges that are closing their doors today ahead of Dorian. Plus, keeping your lights on during a storm. The steps local energy companies are taking to make sure you're not stuck in the dark when Hurricane Dorian hits Florida. Fox 30 Action News Jax at 7. It starts right now.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Right now at 7, Action News Jax is tracking Hurricane Dorian. This is the latest track from the 5 a.m. advisory. The storm is slowing down. When we'll see local impacts in your first alert forecast.
Plus, we got some new video into the newsroom. You see this showing flooding inside a school in Puerto Rico. A student says it happened during the tail end of Dorian on the eastern part of the island. Let's get you caught up on the very latest on the storm. Mayor Lenny Curry expected to give an update on Dorian at 8:30. Governor Ron DeSantis expected to give an update 30 minutes after that. It comes after he says everyone should expect to lose power. The next advisory set to come out in an hour at 8 o'clock. We could see local impacts from the storm as early as Sunday. I'm Letitia Barriola.
And I'm Phil Amato. Action News Jax has live team coverage for you as we track Hurricane Dorian for you this morning. Action News Jax is all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh with the storm's latest track, Garrett.
Yeah, you can see right now we are tracking Hurricane Dorian winds at 105 miles per hour, Category 2 hurricane. Right now, we'll get our next advisory here by 8 a.m. Northwesterly movement at 12 miles per hour right now. Here's the latest position of the hurricane hunters as well. You can see they're flying into the outermost say cloud pattern of this hurricane now. So we'll get some observations coming in here, hopefully in time for the 8 a.m. advisory there with pressure readings and maybe even some maximum winds adjustments. You can see here to the northwest again moving at 12 miles per hour. Saturday by 2 a.m. expected to still be a Category 3 hurricane. So upgrading it today probably, and then back to the west with a ridge of high pressure kind of keeping it from escaping out to sea. To the north of us, and then you'll see that turn back to the north. That would be a lot of rain for a lot of the peninsula of Florida here, especially on the east side, and that would be some flooding rains we have to deal with if that scenario would play out. You can see here the forecast model still favoring, say, anywhere around the Stuart, Florida area, north of Miami, south of the Cape, and then that turn back to the north is the indications now. And yes, some of it does put Jacksonville in that later target zone, kind of after the winds have begun to die down, but still pretty windy, and also some rain, some flooding rains potentially in spots. So we'll have to continue to see how it plays out. The most likely arrival time for potential tropical storm force winds, that's 39 miles per hour or higher, so essentially 40 miles per hour or higher. Monday, 8 o'clock, say south of St. Augustine. Tuesday, so between that and Tuesday at 8 a.m. In and around the Jacksonville metro area as well. So over the southwest Atlantic right now, Dorian is near Florida early Tuesday morning for a potential landfall. We're awaiting within the hour the 8 a.m. position and stats update for Hurricane Dorian. Right now, 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD is tracking some showers offshore, moving into St. Augustine right now. You can see here, Moultrie by 7:16 in the morning. Today will be in the mid to upper 80s with onshore breezy winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour with a few inland showers and thunderstorms as well. Coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast, I'll time out your holiday weekend. That's in just a bit. Right now at 7:03, here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Good morning, everyone. Taking a live look at I-10 and Lenox. Things are starting to slow down as it's work and school as normal for most people right now. That is a yellow light ride as you make your way through that part of town. A car fire clearing up in Baker County. It had a lane blocked and some congestion here. 10 eastbound at mile marker 339 just past the McClenny exit. You can see traffic still backed up, but it's starting to unwind now as they're clearing that situation up. US 90, of course, through that area. An alternate route for you. East Beltway traffic, you're starting to tap your brakes now coming off 9B. Not too bad as of yet. 21 miles per hour, but that congestion is going to grow over the next hour or so. So expect an extended delay there. Plan that into your travel times as we check in on 95 northbound, making your way through Duval County. No problems from the county line near 210, past the Trout River Bridge up to Pecan Park Road and into Nassau County. You're looking pretty good right now. That's the very latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Phil?
All 67 Florida counties are under a state of emergency right now. County commissioners in St. Johns County met with first responders about an emergency plan if Hurricane Dorian impacts northeast Florida.
Our team coverage picks up with Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace live at Ponte Vedra Beach. And Elizabeth, you're seeing some changes at the beach this morning.
The flooding was so devastating after Hurricane Irma that we found some of these houses just pummeled onto the sand over here. And so since then, county leaders made some changes to the beach, including some sand dunes we see out here, trying to protect this area from more flooding like we've seen over the previous years. Now, Action News Jax actually talked to some of those families who were impacted by the flooding a couple years ago. They told us that they're still rebuilding more than 2 years later. Now, some experienced devastating flood damage. Others say that they built an entire new foundation for their home to protect it against Hurricane Dorian or another one in the future. With the uncertainty of Hurricane Dorian, county leaders are asking you to prepare now.
Considering how volatile storms can be and we don't know where it's going to end up, right now it looks a little better for St. Johns County, but that could change overnight, could change in an hour. So we want to be ready and prepared.
And one of those preparations is declaring a state of emergency. St. Johns County leaders told us that it allows them to allocate their funds so they can better control the situation and help specific people out in their community for the impacts of Hurricane Dorian. Reporting live in St. Johns County, Elizabeth Pace, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
6 of our local Georgia counties are also under a state of emergency this morning. They are highlighted right there on your screen. This gives the counties the money and means to act in case of severe damage from the storm. No evacuations have been ordered. The price gouging hotline is active in Florida and Georgia right now. That means businesses cannot excessively increase prices for things like ice, gas, hotel rooms. You can find ways to report possible price gouging in your area on actionnewsjax.com and the Action News Jax mobile app.
Governor Ron DeSantis expected to give an update on how the state is preparing for Dorian at 9 o'clock this morning. Of course, you can count on Action News Jax to bring you that when it happens. So far, 2,500 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated, and an additional 1,500 are on standby. The state has 819,000 gallons of water and more water on the way. Plus 1.8 million meals are ready for distribution. You can watch Governor Ron DeSantis' briefing on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. We'll stream it as well on our Facebook page and in the free Action News Jax mobile app.
Hurricane Dorian is now a Category 2 hurricane as it makes its way towards Florida. It's forecasted to become a dangerous Category 4, and that's why Governor Ron DeSantis says everyone should expect to lose power. Our team coverage continues with Action News Jax' Alicia Tarancon. Alicia, the mayor also expected to give us an update on Hurricane Dorian later this morning.
Yes, Mayor Curry will be answering questions about what the city is doing today to help prepare for the storm. And he'll be over here at the command center here in downtown Jacksonville. Meanwhile, people in our area are already preparing ahead of the storm. Take a look at this. Most people tell Action News Jax that they're no strangers to storms. Eric McNutt says his family lives in Springfield. They lost power for 6 days when Hurricane Matthew hit. This time they're ready because they have a backup generator.
Hopefully we won't lose power, but we might, and we're prepared for it.
And city leaders also want to stress it's important to know your evacuation zones. If you don't know, you could head to our website, actionnewsjax.com, and we'll show you where your zone is located. Also, coming up at 8, you're going to hear from one Riverside woman on her trick that she uses so that she's not left in the dark when the storm hits. I'm reporting live in downtown, Alicia Tarancon, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Right now, Beaches Energy employees taking steps to make sure lights stay on for everyone.
That's right. The company's director tells Action News Jax they waited too long to call in resources during Hurricane Matthew. Not going to happen this time. Action News Jax' Don Lopez joins us now live in the studio. And Don, now he says they have 70 linemen ready to respond.
Ready now, and even more additional crews ready on standby. Alan Putnam, director at Beaches Energy, says that they have plenty of practice dealing with hurricane outages. He says that they've made tweaks since Matthew and Irma. During Hurricane Matthew, all of their more than 35,000 customers in Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach lost power. Now, if all of their customers lose power, restoration would take a maximum 3 days.
I've learned over time to make the call earlier rather than later, even though you may not get reimbursed for that expense by FEMA.
Beaches Energy doesn't have an outage map like JEA, but they are working to launch one within the next year. In the meantime, JEA has 3 phases to get power back on should Dorian knock it out. So phase 1 is the most important. Restore the backbone, the grid that includes police and fire stations and hospitals. And then phase 2, once first responders are restored there, then crews will repair residential circuits. In phase 3, once circuits are restored, smaller isolated areas will be repaired. JEA is asking all families who have outages to report them so that they can give the all clear when the power is back on.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Stacy Garvilla assisting Garrett Beedenball this morning. Let's get you updated on that boating forecast because it will be a little choppy out there today on the seas, anywhere from 4 to 5 feet. We have that onshore flow today at 15 to 20 knots. The next high tide, we're approaching that at 9:10, but there is a coastal flood advisory set to go until 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Again, the next morning high tide is at 9:10. It's that evening high tide at 9:36 this evening where we could see a little bit of that minor coastal flooding due to the onshore winds and also the fact that we have that new moon too. Rip currents will be an issue today in the moderate level with that surf anywhere from 2 to 4 feet, but increasing this weekend. Saturday, Sunday, high risk of rip currents there with the surf anywhere from 3 to even 6 feet, including Monday too. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. We'll have much more. You can also download for free the First Alert weather app. There you can stay updated on Dorian, and we'll have much more on our Dorian coverage coming up. The time now is 7:10, and Derek Odom has your First Alert traffic.
Stacey, thanks. Taking a live look at 95 and Riverside at the Fuller Warren Bridge. Green light in both directions there. People are going to work and school as normal, so you're seeing your normal congestion in spots. You're looking pretty good in the Yulee area right now on 17, 200 and I-95. Remember, yesterday we had that construction on 200 right there at 95. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that slows down today. Not so far. And in the Nocatee, Durban area, US 1, Racetrack Road, County Road 210, not seeing any problems in that part of town. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Phil?
Well, if the power goes out during Hurricane Dorian, some will turn to generators.
The important things you should know before the storm hits.
Plus, local doctors are learning what it takes to treat others during a storm. The specialized training UF Health is getting to ensure the community is safe no matter the situation.
If you're catching a flight for Labor Day trip this weekend, expect TSA security lines to be long. After the break, Action News Jack's consumer advisor Clark Howard has one main thing that could help you get through that line quickly.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball. We are tracking Hurricane Dorian right now, awaiting the 8 a.m. advisory in the next 45 minutes or so. Right now, it's moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour with winds of 105 miles per hour. The updated forecast track and the next 7 days, what you can expect, that's coming up in your First Alert forecast.
It's 7:15. Some local doctors learned what it takes to treat injuries on the beach during a storm. UF Health planned the drills before Dorian formed, but the storm makes the training that much more important. Officials say they learned how to help drowning swimmers and ran lightning strike drills as well. These doctors want to save lives no matter where they are.
All these doctors are actually going to be on shift during the storm at our emergency and trauma center, and they may have some of these injuries coming in.
The First Alert weather team says there will be dangerous rip currents along our coast over the holiday weekend.
Time 7:15. If you haven't purchased water just yet, you can get it for free at some local breweries. Wicked Barley, Tabula Rasa, and Legacy Ale are all giving away water today. Tabula Rasa and Legacy Ale will also give out water on Saturday. Just have to bring the container. To stay on top of Dorian's latest track, you can download the Action News Jax mobile app and First Alert weather app. Now, if the power goes out, several people will turn to generators for electricity. But before the storm, it's important to know just how much power you'll need. So you have to make a list of the things you plan to power during the storm. First, never bring your generator inside and keep it far away from windows as possible. Always allow it to cool down for a few minutes before refueling, and plug in necessities first. Also, after the storm, disconnect items one at a time and store any remaining fuel in well-ventilated areas away from your home. You can also find the full 2019 Hurricane Survival Guide on ActionNewsJax.com.
People are getting out of town early for the Labor Day weekend. Action News Jax consumer advisor Clark Howard has the one main thing he wants you to do if you're catching a flight.
With Labor Day coming, well, you got to be prepared because we're going to hit the road, we're going to hit the air, we're going to go every possible way to visit places, be with family and friends. If you're going to the airport, know this. The TSA security lines have been ugly during holiday periods. TSA tries to ramp up, but, well, sometimes you could be in really, really, really long lines, especially think the Friday before Labor Day and Labor Day evening. If you are going to fly this holiday period, one thing I want you to do is I want you to do carry-on luggage only. It's a short holiday anyway. You don't have to stand in lines to check your bag and wait at that carousel for it to come out. The other thing is get to the airport early enough so that you don't see your plane leave without you because you're standing in a security line. I'm Clark Howard.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball. Cat 2 Hurricane Dorian still trending in the Atlantic. You can see here the infrared satellite imagery showing, trying to get its act together with the strengthening again here. As you can see, those colder cloud tops. Colder the cloud tops, the taller the thunderstorms and the more intense the thunderstorms. And so that's why you see these darker colors there. And also we're monitoring the hurricane hunters who are currently on their way to investigate this system right now. They'll be getting hopefully to the center before we get that 8 a.m. advisory to get the latest stats and air pressure and maybe even some max wind readings as well. If not, that'll go into the 11 a.m. advisory. But as we go into the next couple of days, obviously 85+ degree water temperatures over the Atlantic, even near 90 degrees. As you get closer to that Gulf Stream, expected to become a Category 3 hurricane later today and eventually a Category 4 as it targets the southeast Florida coast. The last time we've had a Cat 4 hit the southeast Florida coast was Andrew back in the 90s, of course. So that would be a significant hit. Here, of course, the building codes have been dramatically improved, thankfully, since then. But as we take a look at the steering environment in the upper levels of the atmosphere, the Bermuda High is big influence. Also to the western half of the U.S. is a high pressure system. But also if there's a weakness in that ridge, then the blocking mechanism won't be as much, and so Dorian could try to ride back to the north, and we think eventually it will do that, especially as it slows down. That'll give the time for the high to retreat back to the east, and so that would give a little pathway for Dorian to at least try to make its way back to the north and rain on a lot of folks here over the peninsula.
Now, here's the GFS and the Euro. GFS purple, Euro yellow, and you can see they're pretty much in agreement right now, which is kind of nice to see from a forecasting standpoint, that they are targeting the southeast Florida coast there, but then they diverge a little bit with position. One's to the left, one's to the right over central Florida and the east coast of Florida, which of course would be counterclockwise flow, that onshore wind bringing in a lot of water across the coastal communities, and also the potential for some flooding rains inland, in addition to the gusty winds as well, depending on how quick it weakens. The ensembles, yeah, we've shown you this for the past couple of days. Basically, it shows you the European model on this particular example I'm showing you, tweaked at the initial conditions, and then it outputs different scenarios. And you can see still some of those scenarios point to the offshore solution, but a lot more point to the landfall in Florida. We'll keep updating you with that as well. The GFS, just to show you some different rainfall potential numbers with those inland swath of rain coming up from the south to the north and east. 10+ inches of rain isn't out of the question. The European model still shows that amount of rain, if not more in many spots. So these are just some potential solutions for you, some outcomes of those particular scenarios I just showed you there, riding up the coast of Florida. So definitely water is going to be something we have to monitor here with the forecast. The weekend, though, it's not a washout. You'll have time to do your storm prep, and some heavy rain will be coming in midweek, of course, depending on where Dorian goes. Elevated rip currents and high tides with the new moon cycle today are a threat as well for some minor coastal flooding. 8 a.m. we're waiting on the next advisory here in the First Alert Weather Center. So again, the wind potential is there over the next couple of days for the Bahamas. They're under a hurricane watch for the northwestern Bahamas. We'll see some of those scattered showers here today, mid to upper 80s through the weekend, but moments of dry for your holiday weekend now with the slower timing for Dorian. You can always get this forecast any time of the day by downloading the free Action News Jax First Alert Weather app and join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris beginning at 5 on the CBS47 Action News Jax. 7:21, here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now, you're dealing with a slow ride, 295 and 9B. We're going to give that a yellow light here in the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. As you come off 9B, you're going to hit the brakes right there. 25 miles per hour, not too bad as of yet. Usually congestion is a little lighter on Fridays. Down to the Nocatee area, pretty smooth commute on 95 County Road 210. US 1 slowing down just a little bit in that neighborhood right around 210, so watch out for that as you make your way out the door. Maybe you're filling up the tank right now. Gas prices, just scanning the list. The lowest I could find was up on the north side, right off Lim Turner, a couple of stations, right at $2.28 per gallon, a little bit up from where it was. Find the lowest in your neighborhood. Go to actionnewsjax.com, click on that traffic tab, and you can search by zip code.
Gas stations are definitely getting busier as Dorian gets closer to Florida, and people really need to be ready, gas up their cars. And Derek, some folks could have a tough time finding stations with enough fuel. Yeah,
we've all seen the pictures of with the cars lining up at gas stations, and you don't want to do that. So you want to find the gas stations that actually have gas before you go. This is a good little tracker. This is gasbuddy.com. You can go right here to gas tools, and you can see the list. It has an outage tracker right there. You click on that, and then you can zoom in on your neighborhood, whatever city you're in. Of course, we're checking out Jacksonville. Zoom in on the map. You can see the green means you have gas. Yellow, they're getting kind of low, and the red means they're already out. So this is a good tool to use before you go to the gas station.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. As you race around over the next several days, stay up to date on Dorian's path and preparations on your car radio. President Trump deciding instead of going to Poland, he'll send the vice president as he stays in Washington to prepare for Dorian. And former FBI Director James Comey found to have violated department policies when he kept those notes and then leaked them on conversations he had with President Trump. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Why didn't the monitor come back up? No, it's good. It's just not. I don't see anything at all. Up there. Yeah, I flipped the switch and it didn't do anything. Just switch back to the bottom. I can do it from that. I don't know what's up with this monitor, though. You might have to call an engineer. They ready to go? Stand by. 3, 2. Well, right now, pre-Dorian or pre-holiday weekend, you may be filling up the cars, the gas tanks, to get ready for the storm. It's a great little tool you can use to find gas before you go and get stuck in a long line. It's gasbuddy.com here. It'll let you know what stations have gas before you get there. You can click on the gas tools, and you can see right there, outage tracker. Go to that, and you can search by whatever area you're in to find out where the gas is. Here's the map, and it shows up the icons. Zoom in to your street, and you can see the green icons means there's gas there. Yellow, they may be running low, and red may mean they're totally out of gas. So before you head out the door, go to the gas station to fill up. Check out this good little tool here, gasbuddy.com. It'll let you know what station has gas first. I'm Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
Welcome to Action News Jax right now at 7:26. I'm Dawn Lopez. The First Alert weather team is waiting for the next advisory to come over the next half hour about Hurricane Dorian. But here's what we know right now. Dorian is a strong Category 2 storm with a hurricane watch issued now for parts of the Bahamas. The storm is expected to make landfall as a Category 4 as early as Tuesday morning. In the meantime, Mayor Lenny Curry is expected to give an update on Hurricane Dorian prep plans this morning. Governor Ron DeSantis says that everyone should expect to lose power at some point during the storm. City leaders are urging everyone to take precaution and know your evacuation zone. In St. Johns County, leaders have declared a local state of emergency. They're asking you to plan your evacuation route if flooding happens. Some families say that they are still making repairs to their homes after Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. We love that you join us Monday through Friday mornings, but the news doesn't stop here. Our hurricane coverage will continue through the weekend. We're going to get you through the storm. Together we'll do it. For your top news and the latest on Hurricane Dorian, tune in Saturday morning at 6 on both Fox 30 and CBS 47 for Action News Jax this morning.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball monitoring in real time with real-time data. The hurricane hunters approaching Dorian right now, getting ready for the 8 a.m. advisory here, and that will be issued, and we'll give it to you in real time as well here on Fox 30 and CBS 47 Action News Jax. Category 2 moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. Right now, the hour-by-hour forecast for today is pretty nice. Some coastal showers, breezy onshore winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour. We'll be in the mid to upper 80s for our afternoon highs today. Coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast next on Fox 30. I'll let you know what your weekend looks like for the holidays as well. That's coming up in the First Alert 7-day forecast. Right now at 7:28, here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Slow ride building over here on the East Beltway. You're used to this. 295 north of 9B. That is a yellow light ride, so watch out for that. Otherwise, we're starting to build up just a little bit as you make your way around town. Maybe some of you filling up. Gas prices, $2.28, the lowest I could find. Go to actionnewsjax.com for the very latest on gas prices. Dawn?
Thank you, Derek. The Jags lose a fourth straight preseason game, but there's still a ray of sunshine. Action News Jax breaks down the game day highlights and what to look forward to for the regular NFL season. That's coming up next on Fox 30. It's 7:28.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian slowing down and intensifying. You can see Dorian now expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Cat 4 hurricane early Tuesday morning.
Satellite images show Hurricane Dorian churning over open water as it heads for the coast. I'm Letitia Barriola.
And I'm Phil Amato. Here's the very latest on the storm. Get right to it. A new advisory is expected to come out in just 30 minutes at 8 o'clock. I will update the status and the position of the storm. There's also hurricane watch in effect for parts of the Bahamas right now. Tropical storm force winds could be felt by Tuesday morning.
The Action News Jax This Morning team is all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm. Look at our team here working for you. We start with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonball with the storm's latest track.
You can see right now, here's the 5 a.m. advisory. We're now less than 30 minutes away from our next advisory at 8 a.m. Moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour, 105 miles per hour, those maximum sustained winds right now is what we're tracking for you here. You can see the hurricane hunters are flying through this system. Right now, they left from Florida, and they're making their way into some of those outer bands right now, and they'll try to make it to the eye before the 8 a.m. advisory. But you can see moving off to the west and northwest as of 5 a.m. Our next forecast track update is 11 a.m. We'll bring it to you live here on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. But you can see here of Category 4 likely over the northwestern Bahamas where they're under a hurricane watch right now. And you can see potential landfall by Tuesday early in the morning on the southeast Florida coast before beginning to slow down and make its way back up the Florida peninsula. So with that scenario, as of the 5 a.m. update, we could see here locally as early as and most likely arrival time of tropical storm force winds of Monday evening into Tuesday morning. We could be seeing those in gusts move up into our area. So again, no local watches or warnings for the tropics right now. There's those northwestern Bahamas for the hurricane watch. If you had some Labor Day plans to the Bahamas, you don't really want to go there for especially the Abacos or even Nassau. You can see hurricane watch for northwestern Bahamas again near or over Florida early Tuesday, increasing rip currents and surf this weekend. And again, we're awaiting this next 8 a.m. advisory here with updated stats and position from the National Hurricane Center. Right now, First Alert Doppler HD tracking some showers, though, here locally with onshore winds continuing to move off here this morning. That'll continue through the day with highs in the upper 80s. Coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast are the latest on Dorian as we await the next advisory. It's 7:32. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now, taking a live look at 95 and 20th Street right here on the north side, and southbound traffic starting to slow as you make your way through town towards the downtown area. So a yellow light ride there. Crowded on the East Beltway as usual this time of morning as you come off of 9B, 25 miles per hour there. So watch out for that. Up in the Arlington area, the ride's looking pretty good actually. No problems there on the expressway. You see all green there, and coming off the Dames Point Bridge, passing Merrill and Monument down towards Atlantic, not seeing any major problems. So we track your travel times, of course, starting to see a little bit of build up on 10 eastbound as you head in the downtown. That's about it as far as slowdowns are concerned. And of course, if you have concerns about flood zones and evacuation routes, you can always go to actionnewsjax.com. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Guys?
Hurricane Dorian bringing back some painful memories now for homeowners along Black Creek and Clay County.
Our team coverage picks up with Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace and Elizabeth. Clay County leaders asking homeowners to prepare their homes now.
Homeowners told us that they're still making repairs because of all the flood damage from Hurricane Irma. But if you can't afford to fix your house, we found a way out. Now, people in high flood risk areas can apply for the Hurricane Irma buyout program. Now, this is flooding along Black Creek that you're seeing right now in Clay County that happened in 2017 after Hurricane Irma. The homes in this program will be bought by the state at a pre-Hurricane Irma price. Now, each will be demolished and turned into a green space to reduce the impact of future disasters. If you want to apply for this program, the deadline is September 9th. Now, if you're still hoping to salvage your home out here, we found some homeowners are found in some unique ways to make repairs, including some shipping equipment attached to their homes. You'll see what I'm talking about in the next hour. Reporting live in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
People in high flooded risk areas of Clay County can apply for a home buyout program. The deadline, though, is coming up. It's on September 9th. The homes will be bought by the state at a pre-Hurricane Irma price. The homes will be demolished and turned into green space to reduce the impact of future disasters.
As we continue to track and monitor the latest with Hurricane Dorian, it's important to know your zone, your evacuation zone. So far, no local counties are required you to evacuate here, especially here in Jacksonville. But those zones go from A to F, 5 different zones, or 6 different zones, and the red zone right there is considered evacuation A zone. Action News Jax told you Wednesday it takes more than 24 hours to evacuate from St. Johns County. A statewide study says it takes even longer if you live in Nassau, Duval, or Clay counties. So to check your evacuation routes and your zone and what letter you are, no matter which local county you live in, you can head to the Hurricane Center on actionnewsjax.com. You can also find the full 2019 Hurricane Survival Guide on our website, too. Your Labor Day plans may have been impacted now for Hurricane Dorian. A lot of people are off, right? Especially if you were planning on watching the FSU Boise State game at TIAA Bank Field.
Action News Jax told you yesterday the city decided it's just safer moving that game to Tallahassee. Right. Action News Jax Alicia Tarancon joins us live. Alicia, the storm is causing a major economic loss to the Jacksonville area.
Yes, now several local businesses will have to deal with the lack of business here in downtown. They were relying on thousands of fans to come out here for their Labor Day weekend, and Action News Jax actually caught up with a few of those local businesses that were impacted. Here at the Hampton Inn on the South Bank, the phones were ringing off the hook. The hotel tells us that fans were planning on going to the FSU Boise game were canceling their hotel rooms. Managers say they were working with guests to make sure that they are refunded. Meanwhile, Will Fraser with Bold City Brewery says he's looking on the bright side and he thinks they may still get people who stay downtown.
Bold City will be open until we can't be open. We're open every day here, so if we're not open, that means that things are really bad weather-wise. It's a little bit of a blow, and but I think we'll figure it out.
And if your Labor Day plans included the beach, coming up we're going to show you what you and your family need to be on the lookout for to make sure everyone stays safe. I'm reporting live, Alicia Tarancon, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
You can get a refund if you can't make the trip to Tallahassee or that FSU game. We have that information posted for you. How you can get your money back, actionnewsjax.com. As Dorian moves closer to Florida's coast, local Navy bases are coming up with plans to keep everyone safe.
You bet. Action News Jax Don Lopez is in the studio now. And Don, Naval Station Mayport is considering sending ships out to sea now.
The Navy says that it's reviewing those plans. Sending the ships out to sea could get them away from the storm and reduce the risk of damage. Action News Jax spoke with base leaders about plans to keep everyone on base safe. They say it's important for all military families to review evacuation plans.
They need to think about where they're going to go. Should something happen, where are they going?
Now, if the commanding officer calls for an evacuation, Action News Jax will bring you that update on air and online at actionnewsjax.com. In times like this, the Coast Guard and Navy bases have different levels used to prepare for hurricanes. So today, Mayport and NES Jax are at a condition of readiness 3. So that means winds of at least 50 miles per hour are expected within 48 hours. At this level, you should check for medical supplies, boarding up houses if that's needed, and gathering your supplies like water. And then if conditions are brought to a level 2, evacuations could be ordered. You'll want to move cars away from trees and power poles. And then when winds are 12 hours out, the level is raised to a level 1. As you can see in a very critical color here, you'll want to save water. Be sure that your pets are inside. Avoid all windows if you can. Now, as conditions elevate, we'll keep you up to date, of course, on air and online at actionnewsjax.com. Letitia?
Local Veterans Affairs clinics canceled appointments set for Tuesday. It will affect clinics in Duval, Putnam, St. Johns, Camden, and Ware counties. Appointments, though, they will be rescheduled. If you have TRICARE for insurance, you can get emergency prescription refills until September 6th. If you're worried about being able to get medicine refilled after the storm, go ahead and go now. The exception is being made in 26 Florida counties, including Baker, Bradford, Clay, Duval, Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns counties.
The Ark Jacksonville Village, a special needs community, is preparing for Hurricane Dorian. Right now, they're evacuating residents just in case, asking their parents to pick them up by Saturday night. For people who have to stay, they're being asked to take shelter in the new community that was built to withstand a hurricane. They advise anyone in the community who does need some additional help to find a nearby shelter. To stay up to date, you can download the First Alert weather app to get the latest information on the storm. There you can read Talking the Tropics with Mike, which is updated every single day.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Gary Bedenbaugh right now tracking a live look here at Action News Jack's First Alert Skycam network from St. Augustine. Some cloudy skies with some showers with onshore winds building in through the day today. We're at 82 degrees. You've already seen a few showers on First Alert Doppler HD. There locally for you in St. Johns County will be in the mid to upper 80s. That's about the best we'll do there at the coast in the lower to mid 80s with some of those on and off periods of scattered showers. But there will be a lot of moments of dry as well. Now, coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast, I am timing out the latest on Dorian. We're awaiting the next 8 a.m. forecast advisory as well. We'll bring it to you here on Fox 30. Right now at 7:40, here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now on the roads, pretty smooth commute. This is I-95 and International Golf Parkway here in St. Johns County. A little spray on the roadways there from a shower, so you want to be careful through those areas. Otherwise, up in Nassau County, you're looking pretty good on 200 on 95. A little bit of a crowding on 17 right there at the intersection with 200, so watch out for a tap of the brakes there. And then down in the Arlington area, pretty smooth on the expressway. No problems coming off the Dames Point Bridge until you get to about Atlantic Boulevard. Starts to slow down a little bit there. Travel times right now, pretty smooth commute out there. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
The Jags fall to the Dirty Birds, ending the preseason without a single win. But the team doesn't seem worried.
We're going into this first game. We're healthy.
The players who weren't on the field and who the top performers were who played last night.
President Trump cancels a European trip to prepare for Hurricane Dorian's arrival, the event he's sending Vice President Mike Pence to in his place.
Hi, I'm First Alert meteorologist Gary Bedenbaugh. Here's your 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. Hi, I'm First Alert meteorologist Gary Bedenbaugh. Here's your 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. Today, some scattered showers moving in off the Atlantic thanks to onshore breezy winds, mid to upper 80s. That continues into your weekend. Not a washout whatsoever. Enjoy some of those hours of dry. It will be breezy, though, with high rip current risks at area beaches. Mid to upper 80s as we head through Labor Day with some on and off scattered showers, increasing onshore winds and windy conditions as we track Dorian into mid next week. Here's Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
Right now on the roadways, no major crashes. That's the good news as you make your way out for this Friday. Nassau County, you're looking good in the Yulee area on I-95, US 17 and State Road 200. Down into Arlington, no major delays going into downtown on the Matthews Bridge. Tapping your brakes there on 295 southbound right there at Atlantic Boulevard. Weather and traffic every 10 minutes all morning long on Action News Jackson. For the very latest live and local news, join us. The very latest on Dorian next on Fox 30 at 8.
President Trump is canceling plans in order to focus on Hurricane Dorian, now considered a major threat to Florida.
Action News Jack's Jacqueline Fell joins us live from our Washington, D.C. bureau now. And Jackie, the president was supposed to travel to Poland.
Phil, Tish, good morning. President Trump says he will reschedule his trip to Poland. It was slated to coincide with the 80th anniversary of the beginning of World War II.
I have decided to send our Vice President Mike Pence to Poland this weekend in my place. It's something very important for me to be here.
The decision comes as Hurricane Dorian turns toward the U.S., increasing in strength. The storm is expected to make landfall in Florida on Labor Day, possibly as a Category 4 storm. President Trump says Florida's governor has it all under control and that the state is in good hands. That's the opposite of his reaction earlier in the week as Dorian barreled towards storm-ravaged Puerto Rico. He tweeted that the leaders there are either incompetent or corrupt. Reporting live in Washington, Jacqueline Fell, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, thank you, Jackie. The Jaguar preseason is over now, and they ended up 0-4, not winning, unfortunately, a single game. The team fell to the Atlanta Falcons 31-12 last night. Action Sports' Jack Stewart Weber shows us which players stood out on the field in your Monday morning quarterback report on this Friday.
The preseason is over, and mercifully so, as we take you out to the Monday morning quarterback driven by your local Hyundai dealers. And one more look as those final roster spots were on the line for some of those guys on the lower part of the roster. 40 guys did not play in this game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you're one of those 40 and not injured, good bet you're probably going to make this team, right? The final result, however, unpleasant. 31-12, the Atlanta Falcons get the victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. For the first time in franchise history, the Jags finished the preseason without a win. It's the preseason. Again, we really don't care. Top performers, top performers. We'll go with Elijah Hood, 8 carries, 71 yards, while Joe Giles-Harris picked up 6 tackles. So hopefully enough to earn a spot on the team for those guys. Meanwhile, one of the guys we really watched was Gardner Minshew here at the Minshew Review. Did he do enough to win the backup job? That's kind of up for debate, especially with this coaching staff. He only went 11 for 26 passing for 79 yards. He finishes the preseason without a scoring drive. So certainly a bit of a disappointment for the rookie quarterback out of Washington State. I'm sure he would have wanted to score a touchdown here in the preseason. That is your Monday morning quarterback report driven by your local Hyundai dealers. I'm Stuart Weber. Let's go back to you.
Now certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
On First Alert, meteorologist Gary Wiedenball still awaiting the 8 a.m. forecast advisory, which has just come in right now. Still a Category 2 hurricane, winds of 110 miles per hour. And we were just, meteorologist Stacy Garville and I were just looking at the recon flight data in there. And we were thinking we would get an intensification. And yes, we have right now at 110 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 12. So that's just shy of a Category 3 hurricane here right now. And that will likely become a Cat 3 later on today. Our next advisory is at 11 a.m. You can see really trying to wrap up there with the intensification there. We have 2 hurricane flights in there, Hurricane Hunter flights. One's an Air Force plane, one's a P-3 Orion, and you can see they are finding some lower pressures even in the 8 a.m. advisory. So at 11 a.m. that may even go down even more with the result of strengthening winds as well for that 11 a.m. advisory. So we have one that's just entering the storm right now. So this is the same forecast track as the 5 a.m. advisory, updated track at 11 a.m. You can see here on the verge of becoming a Category 3 major hurricane, moving off to the west and northwest. Here potentially becoming a Category 4 by Sunday in the morning, so Saturday night into early on Sunday, targeting the northwest Bahamas and then still in line to make its way to southeast Florida's coastline as potentially the first Category 4 storm to hit that area since Andrew back in the 90s. Then it turns back to the north and really rains on a lot of folks if that is indeed the case of what actually happens over the next week or so. The spaghetti plots, the morning models you continue to see targeting that southeast Florida coastline there and then making a jog back to the northwest, north, and then northeast, which obviously this scenario would bring obviously a lot of water on that east side of the system and potentially some flooding here. We're talking inches of rain here, maybe even a foot of rain in some spots if that were to verify. Now here is the GFS. There's the European. The purple is GFS. Yellow is the European model there. You can see they're both pretty much in agreement, which is nice from a forecasting perspective to see here this morning, though this will likely still change. You can see moving off to the north and east again, and that would mean a lot of rain for a lot of folks and gusty conditions. Here's the GFS rain totals here. Now, these will change. This is just to give you an idea. We're going to have to talk about water with this system, it appears now, especially for northeast Florida and southeast Georgia's coastline. There's the European. Again, don't get caught up in the numbers. Those will change, but we're going to have to talk about water. Surf will be 4 to 6 feet from the weekend into next week, building to 5+ feet there with a high rip current risk at area beaches. So the weekend's not a washout, though. A lot of time, a lot of good weather, and some scattered showers to get your storm prep done. So we have days to prepare for this. An isolated shower and thunderstorm with a few water spouts as well into next week. Of course, here's Stacey Garvilla, though, timing out the tropical storm force wind potential.
Garrett, thank you. And you just talked a lot about the rainfall. Well, with some of the heavy rain that we could be seeing next week, also some of the tropical storm force winds getting here as early as really late Monday into early on Tuesday. That's at the current speed that Dorian is on. So earlier thinking was we could feel those tropical storm force winds over the weekend. Well, now because it's really slowed down, it doesn't look like it'll get here until late Monday into early Tuesday. That could even be later. That could even be Wednesday into Thursday with the current timing of the storm. So that's something we'll have to watch. Speaking of some showers and storms, a couple of those today with some of the onshore flow. We'll be seeing some of these showers move westward inland as the afternoon progresses. More showers as we head into the weekend off and on. Garrett has that now.
Your Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast with, of course, your weekend always in view. Mid to upper 80s today, upper 80s for the weekend. There'll be some moments of scattered showers with onshore winds. But also, there'll be a lot of hours of drive for you to have some good times over your Labor Day weekend or get ready for the potential of some maybe even flooding conditions here into next week. Mid to upper 80s to near 90 for Monday and Tuesday. Then all eyes are on Dorian, where it goes, how much rain we get. That will be something we'll iron out here in the First Alert Weather Center. Don't forget, you can always get alerts and stream us live if the power goes out by downloading the free Action News Jax First Alert weather app. And join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish at 5 on CBS 47 Action News Jax. 7:51, here's Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
A live look into St. Johns County here, 95 north of State Road 206. And you can see some wet conditions. A shower moving off the coast there, so given that a yellow light, you want to be careful if you're driving through some wet roadways. 206, 95, US 1 over towards the Hastings area, State Road 13, so watch out for that on your morning ride around town. Sliding up into Green Cove Springs in Clay County, not seeing any major problems on 17, State Road 16 looking good, and the Shands Bridge delay free as well. And over on the East Beltway, here's one of your real slow spots this morning. Typical delay coming off 9B onto 295 as we track those travel times. 10 eastbound starting to slow, and 95 is crowded inside the loop, especially between Bay Meadows Road up to about Butler Boulevard. That's the very latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Happy Friday, Tish.
Hey, happy Friday. So we love that you're with us every morning. The news, though, does not stop.
All right, speaking about Friday, there's a Saturday, right? And of course, our hurricane coverage will continue through the weekend. Be sure to tune in Saturday morning as well for your top news, sports, and weather. It begins at 6 on both Fox 30 and CBS 47. A local company says they're planning to stay busy ahead of the storm. The one thing they say you can do now if you're having problems with a tree.
You're getting a live look at JIA, where several airlines offering waivers for people who have to fly Sunday and Monday. They're likely going to be a problem for you. Delta, Southwest, Spirit, United, and others offering booking options for several airports in Florida, including Jacksonville and Orlando. Some of these are on a case-by-case basis, so you want to make sure you contact the airline. Tree trimming companies staying busy ahead of Hurricane Dorian. Odom's Beaches Tree Service worked to clear tree limbs away from a home in San Marco. I'm seeing a lot of this around too. The company says it normally gets about 15 calls a day, but now they're getting at least 35 calls. If you have a tree you're concerned about, don't sleep on that side of the house, they say. If you can, stay with family or friends.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. We'll keep you up to date on all things Dorian around the clock when you're in the car today and through the weekend. Clark Howard shares some personal tips to prepare your property as he has dealt with Irma and Matthew damage at the beach, and what pet owners need to remember to do as you're scurrying around getting ready for Dorian's arrival later next week. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Action News Jack's First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh tracking Hurricane Dorian this morning. The latest track right after the break.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Right now at 8 o'clock, Action News Jax tracking Hurricane Dorian. This is the latest track showing the storm's projected path. The storm showing signs of slowing down.
Let's take a live look right now at Port Nassau in the Bahamas, which is under a hurricane watch right now. You see those cruise ships docked right there. Many ships have changed their itinerary, though, because of the storm. The First Alert weather team says the eye is between 400 and 500 miles away from that port right now. We could also see some local impacts from the storm as early as late Monday. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola. Action News Jax has live team coverage as we track Hurricane Dorian.
Action News Jax is all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh. Garrett, the latest advisory just came out moments ago.
Yeah, we brought it to you in real time as it came across here on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. You can see the winds have been up to 110 miles per hour. That's just shy of a Category 3 hurricane. Now this late this morning, perhaps even this afternoon, we will likely see that up to a Cat 3, I would think. Just looking at the structure of this hurricane and looking at the recon data, you can see moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. That hasn't really changed over the past day or so. Now it will be slowing down as we go through the end of the forecast track, but you can see right now pressure down to 972 millibars. And this is a look at the visible satellite imagery as we watch sunrise over this powerful hurricane right now as it is getting its strengthening phase going once again. Here's the hurricane hunters as they fly around 2 planes in this system right now. They're finding a little bit lower pressure as well, so likely at 11 a.m. we may get a lower pressure reading if that continues to be the case with all these passes they'll do between now and the 11 a.m. advisory. So the full money of the government, the research will be out on this and trying to figure out where exactly this is going to go, since it will have the potential to be a major hurricane landfall across the Florida Peninsula, and especially favoring the southeast Florida coast. Our next forecast track update will be at the 11 a.m. advisory. We'll bring it to you the moment it crosses here on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. There's the forecast cone. You can see it is still pretty wide because it's going to slow down, and then there's a wide range of possibilities. Does it escape back in the western Atlantic and stay just offshore, or does it go right over the Florida Peninsula and bring a lot of rain and wind, obviously, and damage to especially southeast Florida? The forecast model still honing in on maybe around Stewart, Florida, plus or minus north or south of there, and that's kind of where we're thinking as well, south of Cape Canaveral, but now back to the north and east. It's got to get out of here, right? And so it's got to come back across the state if that were to happen. So what's changed this morning since last night? Now we have a strong Category 2. Hurricane watch was issued at 5 a.m. for the northwest Bahamas, and also an early Tuesday morning. The time's been backed up a bit to 2 a.m. on Tuesday morning for a Florida landfall as a Category 4. So the bottom line, we'll continue to watch it near Florida early Tuesday. I want you to continue to check those hurricane supply lists, and at 11 a.m. we'll have our next forecast update here on Fox 30. Now, coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast, I'll talk about some local showers and thunderstorms here as we continue seeing onshore winds. That's coming up in your First Alert forecast. Right now, it's 8:02. Here is Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center. Derek, some wet roads.
Yeah, speaking of those local showers, one moved through St. Johns County, and we have a crash, probably because of the wet conditions there. We're giving that a yellow light. That's just north of State Road 206 as you head southbound on 95 through this area. You can see the rain that has moved over. So 95 is slick, US 1, State Road 206, 207 heading into 13 there in Hastings. So be careful, slow it down a little bit in these wet conditions. That crash on both shoulders, so not causing a big slowdown as of yet. Moving over to Green Cove Springs, not seeing any problems in this area. 17 looking good. State Road 16 over to Shands Bridge, delay free. East Beltway, this is where you see the normal slowdown, but not as bad as Monday through Thursday. Friday is usually a little bit lighter, and you can see just a little bit of a slowdown there as you head towards Bay Meadows Road. Of course, tracking your travel times. Just a tap of the brakes on 10, still looking pretty good there. Delay free over the Buckman Bridge. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Phil.
As you heard Garrett say, Hurricane Dorian is now a Category 2 hurricane as it makes its way to Florida. It could become a dangerous Category 4 storm.
And that's why Governor Ron DeSantis says everyone should just expect to lose power. Our team coverage continues with Action News Jax Alicia Tarancon. Alicia, the Jacksonville Mayor, Lenny Curry, he's expected to give us an update on Dorian in the next half hour.
Yes, Mayor Curry, he'll be answering questions about how the city is preparing today ahead of the storm. And it's happening all right here at the command center here in downtown Jacksonville. Meanwhile, people in our area are already preparing ahead of the storm. Most people tell Action News Jax that say that they're no strangers to these types of storms. Eric McNutt lives in Springfield. His family bought a backup generator after they lost power for days after Hurricane Matthew hit. This woman lives in Riverside, and she knows what to do in case they lose power.
I've got plenty of water, plenty of food on hand, canned goods. I have candles in beer steins because they're easiest to carry around. The wind won't blow them out.
And city leaders also stress that it's important to know your evacuation zone. If you aren't sure which zone you live in, you of course can visit our website. That's actionnewsjax.com to find out which zone you're in. Reporting live in downtown, Alicia Tarancon, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Edward Waters College canceled classes for students today. The campus will close at noon today through Tuesday. Jacksonville University will close at 2 o'clock today. They'll remain closed through Tuesday. The University of North Florida and Florida State College at Jacksonville closed from Saturday through Tuesday. Action News Jax also monitoring local county school closures, and we'll update you if anything changes. Right now, no local school activities are canceled this weekend. That could, of course, change next week if schools become shelters.
Right now, all 67 Florida counties are under a state of emergency. County commissioners in St. Johns County met with first responders about an emergency plan if Hurricane Dorian impacts northeast Florida.
Our team coverage picks up with Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace in Ponte Vedra Beach, where she's seeing wildlife activists keep track of sea turtle nests.
Within the last hour, we just saw 2 crews come through here checking on sea turtle nests. We see one of them behind us right now. Now, they told us they're not in immediate danger because of the impacts from Hurricane Dorian, but they could be. Major flooding could trap them in the sand, so that's why they're going to be monitoring them as well. But wildlife isn't the only thing we're worried about in terms of flooding. Homeowners are bracing themselves as well. Action News Jax talked to some families in St. Johns County who say they're still rebuilding their homes after Hurricane Irma. Some experienced devastating flood damage. Others say they built an entire new foundation of cement blocks to protect their homes this year. With the uncertainty of Hurricane Dorian, county leaders are asking you to start preparing now.
Considering how volatile storms can be and we don't know where it's going to end up, right now it looks a little better for St. Johns County, but that could change overnight, could change in an hour. So we want to be ready and prepared.
And by declaring a state of emergency, county commissioners say it allows them to allocate funding in a more clear direction so they can help specific people out in their community. Reporting in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
6 of our local Georgia counties under a state of emergency this morning. We got it highlighted for you right there on your screen. This gives the counties the money and means to act in case of a severe damage from the storm. No evacuations have been ordered. The price gouging hotline is active in Florida and Georgia right now. That means businesses cannot excessively increase prices for things like ice, gas, and hotel rooms. You can find ways to report possible price gouging in your area on actionnewsjax.com and the Action News Jax app.
Governor Ron DeSantis expected to give an update on how the state is preparing at 9 o'clock this morning. And of course, you can count on Action News Jax to bring you that live as it happens. So far, 2,500 members of the Florida National Guard have been activated. An additional 1,500 are on standby. The state has 819,000 gallons of water, and more water is on the way, and 1.8 million meals are ready for distribution. You can watch Governor Ron DeSantis' briefing on CBS47 and Fox 30. Action News Jax will be streaming it on our Facebook page as well and in the free Action News Jax mobile app.
Right now, Beaches Energy employees are taking steps to make sure the lights stay on for local families. It's a big concern for a lot of people.
Right, because they're expecting that power is going to be out. Ron DeSantis says that just have it be a given that possibly power will be out in certain areas of Florida. The company's director tells Action News Jax they waited too long to call in resources during Hurricane Matthew, so it's not going to happen this time. Action News Jax' Don Lopez joins us now live in the studio. And Don, now he says they have 70 linemen ready to respond.
They are more than ready. Even more additional crews are on standby. So Alan Putnam, director at Beaches Energy, says that they have plenty of practice dealing with hurricane outages. He says that they've made tweaks since Matthew and Irma. During Hurricane Matthew, all of their more than 35,000 customers in Ponte Vedra and Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach lost power. Now, if all of their customers lose power, restoration would take 3 days max.
I've learned over time to make the call earlier rather than later, even though you may not get reimbursed for that expense by FEMA.
Beaches Energy doesn't have an outage map like JEA, but they're working to launch one within the next year. In the meantime, JEA has 3 phases to get the power back on should Dorian knock the power out. Phase 1 is the most important. Restore the backbone, the grid that includes police and fire stations and hospitals, very important. And then phase 2, once first responders are restored, crews will repair residential circuits. In phase 3, once circuits are restored, smaller isolated areas will be repaired. JEA is asking all customers who have outages to report them so that they can give the all clear when the power is back on.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Stacy Garvilla assisting Garrett Bedenbaugh this morning. And while Dorian is starting to really slow down, it doesn't look like it'll have major impacts on our weather this weekend, but we still have a few showers to get through before that. Here's a live look now in St. Augustine on our First Alert Skycam network. It's 82 degrees, plenty of clouds. A few showers have come through portions of St. Johns County now. On 5-Suite First Alert Doppler HD, you can see these are moving westward. They'll be pushing inland as we continue throughout the day. There are some of our heaviest showers right now off to the south and west of St. Augustine. Here's Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish with more about September landfalling hurricanes.
Good morning. Well, I tweeted out this image from Dr. Phil Klotzbach. Check it out at Mike First Alert. It's all of the September hurricane landfalls on U.S. soil going back to 1851. Yeah, September because Dorian's not going to get here until after September 1st. And you can see a number of hits, of course. The only one in our area of a direct hit, Northeast Florida in September, well, that was Dora, way back in 1964. Of course, there's always more in Talking the Tropics with Mike at actionnewsjax.com, and you can download for free the First Alert Weather app. And remember, stay up to date, but also stay calm through the weekend.
Thanks, Mike. First Alert Traffic watching the roads for you. And a crash here in St. Johns County. Stacy mentioned that showers moving through, and one has the roads a little wet here just north of State Road 206. That's a yellow light. And right there, you can see the rain has now moved off towards the Hastings area, but the roads are still wet there on 95, US 1, State Road 206 in that area. So give yourself some extra time. Slow it down just a little bit. Orange Park, your commute looks pretty good on Blanding Boulevard. Not seeing any big delays. US 17 smooth. And Argyle Forest to and from the Oakleaf area, delay-free right now. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Phil?
Well, if the power goes out during Hurricane Dorian, some will turn to generators.
The important things you should know before the storm hits.
And local doctors learning what it takes to treat others during a storm. The specialized training UF Health is getting to ensure the community is safe no matter the situation.
Plus, another disappointing loss for the Big Cats this preseason. Why fans, though, say they're not worried just yet.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Bedenbaugh. Right now, we're continuing to track Hurricane Dorian, Category 2, almost a Category 3. Hurricane hunters flying in right now. With the latest track for you coming up in the First Alert 7-day forecast.
Some local doctors learned what it takes to treat injuries on the beach during a storm. UF Health planned the drills before Dorian formed, but the storm makes the training that much more important. Officials say they learned how to help drowning swimmers and ran lightning strike drills. These doctors want to save lives no matter where they are.
All these doctors are actually going to be on shift during the storm at our emergency and trauma center, and they may have some of these injuries coming in.
The First Alert weather team says there will be dangerous rip currents along our coast over the holiday weekend.
Well, if you haven't purchased any water, you can get it for free at some local breweries for the next couple of days. Wicked Barley, Tabula Rasa, and Legacy Ale are all giving away water today. Tabula Rasa and Legacy Ale will also give out water on Saturday. And to stay on top of Dorian's latest track, too, make sure to download the Action News Jax mobile app and First Alert weather app.
CBS47, Fox 30, your official station for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it's a live look over at TIAA Bank Field. Did you head out there yesterday? Looks like you guys had a good time. Despite the loss, well, the Jags will look to get back to work soon after losing last night's final preseason game to the Falcons. The score, 31-12, and not even the possible effects of Dorian kept a lot of fans from coming out to support the team. While they didn't get the outcome we were all hoping for last night, they did get a nice sunny evening to enjoy the game, kind of take their mind off of Dorian just for a couple hours. Some say they aren't worried about the looming storm just yet.
I don't really worry until it gets to be a day or so, because there's so much could change, and this is football.
The Big Cats open up their season a week from Sunday here at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. The game starts at 1. You can watch on CBS47.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonball. Right now we are tracking Hurricane Dorian here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. You can see there is the 8 a.m. numbers moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour, just shy of a Category 3 hurricane. There it is, the infrared cloud imagery right now. You can see the mesosector there from GO-16 satellite shifting as well as it moves off to the north and west. Visible satellite imagery is something to watch here, especially on sunrise. You get the shadows with the angle of the sun, and so you can really see those building thunderstorms around the center of circulation right there in the eye wall, and even the outer rain bands too, with the thunderstorms building up in the updrafts and then towering over the lower clouds with those cumulonimbus clouds there. A lot of times, we see those with afternoon thunderstorms here. Now, here's the hurricane hunters flying in. The P-3 Orion get ready to cross through the center of circulation right now. Air Force Recon has also been out there providing valuable updates here for us today. Now, here is the latest track. This is the 5 a.m. track. Updated one comes at 11 a.m. Here today. We'll be moving off to the west and northwest. The ridge of high pressure building into the north, acting as an atmospheric kind of blocking mechanism for it escaping back out to the ocean. But there is some opportunity right near Florida for it to begin to go back to the north a little bit. If there's a weakness in that ridge, that would really help us out earlier rather than later, because it would keep much of the activity out to sea. But the forecast models are indicating that we are going to be seeing that closing in on the Florida coast as potentially a major Category 4 hurricane. There you can see there's the spaghetti plots. Reminder, this is just the center of circulation. The wind field extends over 100 miles away from the center of circulation right now for tropical storm force winds, and so that goes out obviously a bit. So that's why we have to keep watching that for you and timing out the tropical storm force winds as well. Now, it would also bend back to the north and east, and that would mean a lot of rain across the peninsula of Florida. Hurricane watch issued for the northwestern Bahamas here earlier this morning. Right now, it's a strong Category 2 on the higher end of that kind of scale, and Stacey will be talking more about that here in just a second. It'll be near Florida early on Tuesday and really late Monday night. The next update is at 11 a.m. Updated stats and track. We'll get another track at 11 a.m. We'll bring it to you here. Here's Stacey talking about the wind scale.
All right, Garrett, thanks so much. And yes, so it's already a Category 2 right now, a strong Category 2. Maximum sustained winds are at 110 miles per hour. So that's on the strong end of that Category 2. 1 mile per hour higher, and it's in the Category 3. So expected to get there later on today, strengthening to a Category 3, and then a Category 4 before making landfall. Now, that puts the maximum sustained winds between 130 to 156 miles per hour with higher wind gusts. That is talking about catastrophic damage, not to mention what we also see see with storm surge and just heavy rainfall, which the storm looks to bring all around. So something we'll have to keep a close eye on. Live look now from St. Augustine on our First Alert Skycam network. Some cloud cover. We've had some showers passing through portions of St. Johns County. 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD showing some of those showers. They are moving really onshore today with onshore flow, so we will be breezy, will be cloudy at times, and we'll see some of these showers continuing to push inland. Some of the heavier downpours right now are just off to the east now of the Palatka area. They'll be crossing the St. Johns River Basin, so we can expect to see some heavy downpours at times in areas today. Garrett has more on when we can see showers throughout the weekend.
Yeah, you can see right now the First Alert 7-day forecast. Your weekend's always in view in the mid to upper 80s to near 90 degrees. There'll be moments of dry for your weekend, but also onshore winds and scattered showers. Then all eyes are in Dorian by next week. Still some scattered showers for Labor Day as well. We'll be tracking that here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. You can always get this forecast any time of the day, and I just pushed a push alert for the 8 a.m. advisory. You can get them if you have it as well. That's on the Action News Jax First Alert Weather app. And join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish at 5 on CBS 47 Action News Jax. Here's Derek Odom in the First Alert Traffic Center.
And some slick conditions. Stacey told you about the showers moving through St. Johns County. Roads were wet when this crash happened here on 95, just north of State Road 206. So giving that a yellow light as you make your way through that area. So watch out for slick roads through that area. St. Johns County moving over the St. Johns River into Putnam and Clay County, southern Clay County. So watch out for that. In Orange Park, you're looking pretty good. Over on the west side, though, a little stop and go traffic on 103rd Street, right there near Old Middleburg Road and Schindler Drive. So some delays there as we track your travel times. Looking good on 10 eastbound. No problems on this Friday. Smooth ride over the Buckman Bridge right now. That's the very latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Stay up to date on the Dorian forecast and preparations around the clock on your car radio. President Trump scrapping his visit overseas to Poland, instead sending Vice President Mike Pence. And former FBI Director James Comey found to have violated department policies when he kept and leaked memos that he had on President Trump. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Clay County leaders asking their homeowners to get ready now, stay ahead. Still ahead, how some community members lay out what they had to endure in past hurricanes.
Hurricane Dorian could put a damper on those Labor Day weekend plans. Straight ahead, why some say the storm will cause a bigger impact for businesses.
You're watching Action News Jax right now. Your time is 8:25. The First Alert Weather Team continues to watch Dorian at this hour. A new advisory came in at 8 a.m. Here's what we do know right now. Dorian is a strong Category 2, could be bumped up to a 3 very shortly. Our First Alert Weather Team watching that. There's a hurricane watch issued for parts of the Bahamas right now. The storm is expected to make landfall as a Category 4 as early as Tuesday morning. Mayor Lenny Curry is expected to give an update on Hurricane Dorian preparations around town this morning. Governor Ron DeSantis says everyone should expect to lose power at some point during the storm. City leaders are urging you to take precaution and know your evacuation zone. In St. Johns County, leaders have declared a local state of emergency. They're asking you to plan your evacuation routes if flooding happens. Some families say that they're still making preparations right now and repairs to their homes after Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. Well, we are here for you Monday through Friday mornings, but the news doesn't stop here. Our hurricane coverage will continue through the weekend for you. We're going to get you through this storm. We'll get through it together. For the very latest on Dorian, tune in on Saturday morning at 6 on both Fox 30 and CBS 47 for Action News Jax this morning.
On First Alert, meteorologist Gary Beatonwall watching the infrared satellite imagery, really looking like an impressive Category 2, maybe even on the verge of a Category 3 hurricane here for this morning. Moving to the northwest at 12 miles per hour. Winds at 8 a.m. were bumped up to 110 miles per hour. We'll get an updated forecast track by 11 a.m. and we'll bring that to you live here on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. A few showers, onshore winds today with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
A live look at 95 north of State Road 206. St. Johns County's had a few showers, so some wet roads there. Want to be careful given that a yellow light just north of 206. That's in the southbound direction. And you can see the rain that's moved over. So slick roads on US 1, 207 heading towards I-95. Slow it down. Be careful. That's the very latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Dawn?
Thanks, Derek. Jags lost a fourth straight preseason game and here at home to the Atlanta Falcons, but there's still a ray of sunshine. Action News Jax breaks down the game day highlights and what we can look forward to for the regular NFL season. That's coming up next on Fox 30. It's 8:27.
Live This is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
The latest update for Hurricane Dorian shows it is strengthening. That update into the newsroom 30 minutes ago. Winds are now 110 miles an hour, just shy of a Category 3 storm. Dorian is now expected to make landfall on Florida's east coast as a Category 4 hurricane early Tuesday.
Satellite images show Hurricane Dorian turning over open water as it heads for the coast. And we want to give you a live look here at in Bahamas, Abaco Islands. Abaco in Bahamas, where here we are. We're getting it uploaded for you. And hey, it looks not too bad right now. First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonball says the area is, though, under a hurricane watch. That's in effect for the northwest part of that island right now. So no watches or warning in effect for our Florida or Georgia counties yet. The Action News Jax First Alert Weather team says we should see local impacts by mid next week. I'm Letitia Barriola.
And I'm Phil Lamont. That's because it's slowing down just a bit. We have weather updates for you on Hurricane Dorian. The next one's at 11 o'clock where you'll see a new cone. Here's the very latest on the storm, though. We're expecting an update in the next 15 minutes from the Mayor Lenny Curry, on local storm preparations here in Jacksonville. Also, Governor Ron DeSantis will be giving an update at 9 a.m. Local colleges canceled. They've canceled classes through Tuesday. You can find a list of them on our mobile app. And Carnival cruise ships changing routes. You'll need to check your status before you head to the port, just in case you were thinking about taking maybe a cruise over the next couple of days. The Action News Jax This Morning team is all hands on deck to get you prepared for the storm, of course. We start now with Action News Jax First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonball. Garrett, you've been taking a look at that advisory here that came out about 30 minutes ago, right?
Yeah, it is nearly a Category 3 hurricane. As we expected, today will likely be that day where we get a major hurricane in the Atlantic Basin here for this year. But right now, we're monitoring some low-level cloud cover in Riverside on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network from the Florida Blue building over downtown Jacksonville. Some scattered showers here, especially in St. Augustine right now with onshore winds. Northwesterly movement, though, for Category 2 Hurricane Dorian at 12 miles per hour, moving, and that will continue to the northwest before a west-northwest movement later today. 110 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. That's just shy of a Category 3 hurricane. That'll likely be this afternoon, about when they increase it probably to 115 miles per hour or so, unless they find higher readings. You can see here the 2 Hurricane Hunter planes flying through this storm right now. Here's the latest forecast track. The next one is at 11 a.m. It's when we get an update for that, but the stats are at 8 a.m., so that's why we got an additional advisory thanks to hurricane watches being in effect for northwest Bahamas. So there it is. Still expected to be a major Category 4 impact for portions of the southeast Florida coast, is where the models and the computer models continue to indicate, though there is some opportunity for it to still make its way offshore. That's the one we got to hope for. Here's the latest most likely arrival times for tropical storm force winds here in the local area as early as Monday evening or into Tuesday in the morning, moving and building from southeast to north and west. And so that gives you a little bit of idea of when we could see some of those tropical storm force wind gusts here in northeast Florida and portions of southeast Georgia. So near Florida early Tuesday. We want you to continue checking those hurricane supply kits. And St. Augustine, there's some rain on the lens from the White Room on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. It's 82 degrees. There's those showers with onshore winds continuing to blow them inland. That'll be the case today as we head through your Friday. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. So we're awaiting the next advisory. 11 a.m. updated stats and track from the Hurricane Center. We'll bring it to you live here on Fox 30 Action News Jax in the First Alert weather app. Right now it's 8:34. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
You mentioned those showers, Garrett. Look at 95 just north of State Road 206. The roads are wet there and still pretty dark in that area. Some rain moving through again. Slick conditions may have caused this crash just before 206. Both shoulders are blocked. No travel lanes are blocked, but use caution as you make your way through there. You can see first responders have been on that scene. And here's nearby in St. Augustine, US 1, A1A, 207, and I-95 going to get wet here. So slick ride there. Give yourself a few minutes of extra time as you make your way through that part of town. And checking in right now on I-10 at Cassett, that intersection Cassett and I-10, we've had traffic light problems the last couple of days. So watch out for traffic lights being out or on flash in that area, I-10 right at Cassett. As we track your travel times, actually looking pretty good right now. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Phil?
Clay County leaders urging neighbors to be prepared for the storm and ready to leave if necessary.
Homeowners along Black Creek tell Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace Hurricane Dorian brings back some painful memories.
We found some homeowners aren't taking any chances this hurricane season. Some of them are even putting shipping equipment on their homes to prevent flood damage. Action News Jax told you 2 years ago the water along Black Creek reached up to 30 feet after Hurricane Irma. One homeowner says the creek reached the second story of his house. Bob Sargent told us he removed about 27,000 pounds of debris from his water-damaged home. Since then, he's added a watertight shipboard door to his house, which is usually found on boats.
Minimal cost that it cost me for the door is well worth the work and the damage and the loss that I'd suffer without it. Well, I'll be closing that down and hope the creek doesn't rise any higher than 28 feet.
For those who can't afford to fix their storm-ridden homes, we found a way out for you. You can apply for the Hurricane Irma Home Buyout Program, where the state will buy your house from you. Reporting in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
The Jags fall to the Dirty Birds, ending their preseason without a single win. Why the team says they're not worried.
Well, the Jags preseason finally over, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up 0-4 too. Not a single win in the preseason. The team fell to the Atlanta Falcons last night by a score of 31-12.
We didn't get one win, Phil.
Nope.
Action Sports Jax Stuart Weber shows you which players stood out on the field in your Monday morning quarterback report.
The preseason is over, and mercifully so, as we take you out to the Monday morning quarterback driven by your local Hyundai dealers. And one more look as those final roster spots were on the line for some of those guys on the lower part of the roster. 40 guys did not play in this game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you're one of those 40 and not injured, good bet you're probably going to make this team, right? The final result, however, unpleasant. 31-12, the Atlanta Falcons get the victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. For the first time in franchise history, the Jags finished the preseason without a win. It's the preseason. Again, we really don't care. Top performers, top performers. We'll go with Elijah Hood, 8 carries, 71 yards, while Joe Giles Harris picked up 6 tackles. So hopefully enough to earn a spot on the team for those guys. Meanwhile, one of the guys we really watched was Gardner Minshew here at the Minshew Review. Did he do enough to win the backup job? That's kind of up for debate, especially with this coaching staff. He only went 11 for 26 passing for 79 yards. He finishes the preseason without a scoring drive. So certainly a bit of a disappointment for the rookie quarterback out of Washington State. I'm sure he would have wanted to score a touchdown here in the preseason. That is your Monday morning quarterback report driven by your local Hyundai dealers. I'm Stuart Weber. Let's go back to you.
Thanks, Stuart. I'm First Alert meteorologist Gary Biedenball. Right now, live look at Jacksonville Beach on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. Moderate rip current risk at area beaches turning to high tomorrow and through the weekend. So keep that in mind for your holiday weekend plans. And surf will be building as well. 2 to 4 footers today building, 3 to 5 footers tomorrow, and 4 to 6 plus as we head into next week. And then, of course, however close Dorian gets as well, that will increase in very dangerous conditions out at our local beaches. We'll continue monitoring that latest forecast with Dorian here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. Right now, it's 8:41. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Wet roads here in St. Johns County, 95 and State Road 207. Giving that a yellow light. You can see the showers that are moving over, so give yourself some extra time along 207, 95, and US 1 as you head out the door. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. We'll be keeping you up to date on Dorian preparations and the forecast throughout the day as you hop in the car. Be listening for updates. Clark Howard shares some personal experiences that he lived through with Matthew and Irma at the beach that may be helpful and beneficial to you. What pet owners need to remember as you're getting all your affairs in order. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
he shot 4 guys.
If he says, we're going to rob an armored car today,
I would drive off a cliff with this man.
you're ride or die.
Ride or die.
Next, Dr. Phil.
You can watch Dr. Phil today at 4 on our sister station, CBS47. All right now, Jacksonville's mayor is answering questions about storm preparations as Hurricane Dorian inches closer to Florida.
He is live at the Emergency Operations Center. Let's listen in.
Yeah, Mayor Curry, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so good morning. So another development overnight. Look, if you go back 2 days ago, the models at the time suggested that we would have direct impacts coming in as early as sometime the end of the weekend, beginning of the week. The storm trajectory has changed significantly over the last couple days, and in the last 24 hours or so, it's slowed significantly. So it now looks like landfall on Tuesday, somewhere south of us, at a moving at a very slow speed. What I want to communicate to people is that models are still suggesting that it could turn north and take days to get to us. So we have to pay attention. We have to be engaged. While you're enjoying your weekend, make sure that you're tuning into your local news, that you're listening and you're watching, so you understand if and when there's going to be an impact. There's still a major storm out there that could have a major impact on us. You'll recall, I believe it was Matthew 2 years ago, when it looked like it was going to be a direct hit. Then it kind of wobbled off. Even though it wasn't a direct hit, we had major damage because of the bands that came in. So these things are unpredictable. People need to pay attention and remain engaged.
And what's the city doing in the event that we see major flooding in our area?
So Public Works has been out clearing drainage and debris and making sure that the infrastructure that we have in place is prepared and functions as it should. And so we're ready. We're prepared to deal with it.
Does the city use sandbags in any areas in downtown?
We do not use sandbags. Folks can get access to sandbags if they choose to, but we don't use sandbags.
Have you had a chance to go out and inspect some of those areas that were hard hit during Irma and Matthew and see some of the progress ahead of Dorian?
Well, since those storms, I've been to a number of those neighborhoods numerous times, just talking to people, checking in with them, given the stress that they were under. And so the city is prepared for this. We obviously all hope that this does not impact us. I understand that, look, we've been monitoring this now for days. People have been tuned in, they've been shopping, getting their supplies. So everybody's been at a high level of stress and preparation, and they're probably tired as this thing has slowed down, and I get that. But what I don't want folks to do is to tune out at this point. This is still very real. This could still have tropical storm or hurricane force winds once it makes landfall if it turns north like some of the models say.
Can you give us an update on the federal and state resources that have now been announced overnight?
Yeah, so we were with the governor. I was with the governor the last 2 days. State of emergency gives the state access to the financial resources they need to act quickly. We was in touch. The White House reached out. The president's office reached out last night just to let me know that if and when we need them, they're here and ready to help. The state relationship is the one that we use immediately because we coordinate. If there's an evacuation, we coordinate to make sure that we're using the proper roads in the right direction with Florida Department of Transportation. If there has to be bridge closures. Look, we are prepared. The city's prepared. The state's prepared. We're just watching a storm now that's moving very slow.
How much ground have crews been able to cover here in the city, just clearing trees and things of that nature?
They've been working for days, around the clock, and will continue to work. But if folks have an issue, if they have a debris issue, or they feel like they have something that needs to be cleaned out, call 630-CITY and report it, and we'll get to it and get it done.
Mayor, for people who are in zones A and B in particular, big question: are they going to be called to evacuate? Is the coast clear enough for you to say they're not going to have to evacuate, or what's the status of that in terms of any?
There still is possibility. What's the likelihood? I'd say, look, if this thing turns north and remains trop storm force winds or even Cat 1 winds, there's still a chance of evacuation because of flooding and any number of events. But it's too early to make that determination. I would encourage people to know their zone. Today, know your zone. And if we have to do that, people will know how and when to react. Those two zones are about 250,000 people, which we need to move a lot of people. Also considering if we're evacuating, that means people down south have probably started evacuating. But we've been through this before and coordinated with the state and with the sheriff and his team, and and we know how to do this.
And what's the protocol for both those that live around the beaches and the river? Because I know there's different protocols for each. A lot of people always talk about the beaches, but they forget about people that live near the river.
Know your zone. I mean, if you know your zone, you'll know to evacuate. The other thing we will communicate in addition to zones, if we have an event, is we can identify specific areas, whether it's beaches areas or river areas or creek areas that are prone to flooding. And so if someone's not in an evacuation zone but they hear us talking about that area, we'll tell them you should probably leave.
And if they do evacuate, how will people be let back in to their homes? How do we know they live at areas like the beaches?
Well, it's all driven by safety, and I would tell you, if you look at the way we've operated, we've had this would be our third storm in 4 years. The last two storms, from many years ago, we learned from stress points on people. I worked with the beaches mayors the last two storms, and we got those bridges and those beaches open quickly. We got JFRD in there fast to make sure it was safe, and we moved people in. That is our objective. Get the place clean and safe as quickly as possible so people can get back to their homes. We did the same thing on post-storm cleanup. If you go back years, there was a time where it took months to clean up debris. We had then and we would have now prepared to move quickly and get debris picked up quickly as possible and get people's lives back to normal.
With the storm slowing, does that mean that unlikely to have a decision today on whether to evacuate or not? It may be over the weekend that, in terms of that decision point.
The speed of the storm, if it stays at this speed, highly unlikely to have a decision today. Possible tomorrow, but still not likely. You're looking at about, and these are estimates, we use our professional judgment, about 48 hours advance notice to get people so they can get out and move and leave. So it makes landfall Tuesday. At this speed, when would it impact Jacksonville if it did? Back up based on models about 48 hours, and that's when people could expect. But don't tune out now, because if you tune out and this thing changes speed, I mean, look how much it's changed in the last few days. There's been significant changes in the models.
And I know we talked a little bit about the FSU Boise game yesterday. Has the city been able to work out any sort of system for refunds?
Yeah, folks are getting emails that purchase tickets, and we can get you that information so you can report directly if folks are trying to figure out how to get their refunds. But they're fully refundable, and they'll get their money back.
On that note, Sheriff, how does canceling the game sort of impact scheduling for officers, and same thing with Chief? You know, how does this impact first responders and
So the game doesn't really have an impact on the. Obviously, we don't deploy to the game. So, and as the mayor said a couple of times, you know, we're just watching the forecast as it continues to evolve, and it changes rapidly day to day, and so it changes our plans a little bit for what we're preparing for. But just to reiterate, the important thing for everybody is to stay tuned and not tune out over the holiday weekend. Stay plugged in. Just as quickly as it slowed down, it could pick up speed and change direction. So, you know, we're talking about weather, and it always changes, and we know that. So we're staying plugged in, and we'll make decisions, you know, based on the best information we have at the time.
Is JSO making any adjustments this weekend, and Monday into Tuesday? You know.
Really just monitoring right now. I mean, we've got obviously people staffed here at the EOC, and we've been here for a couple of days already, and internally we're making some notifications to people about what the work hours may be and shifts may be and different assignments may be. So those conversations have been ongoing for a couple of days. But again, it evolves with the forecast, and so, you know, we're telling our people to stay flexible. Get your family squared away, make sure they're taken care of, because they're going to be working, you know, through the storm. So it's about us internal communication right now, and obviously just staying plugged in with all the city and state and federal partners and prepare.
All right, Mayor, on the game, obviously it's possible tomorrow night. It could have been football weather. I mean, the storm's slowed down. Any regrets, second thoughts about the decision to move it out of Jacksonville?
None.
Okay.
If we had the information we had yesterday, with that information would make the same decision, because the speed and trajectory of that storm suggested that we were going to have to be making evacuations either at some point Saturday or some point Sunday. Under both of those scenarios, first scenario, you'd have a football game happening with people, tens of thousands of people visiting while we're asking our residents to leave. Next scenario is you'd have people visiting our city waking up on Sunday in hotel rooms while we're asking our people to leave. So you know, when I spoke with the sheriff.
We want to welcome our CBS47 viewers, and this is a live press conference here with Mayor Lenny Curry and some other local officials as well.
Let's go back out to Lenny Curry right
Look,
now.
it was my decision, and in fact, we thought about moving it to Friday night. And this conversation around the table was, if you want to have a football game here Friday night, you can do that, and we'll try to manage it. But it wouldn't be the wisest decision. So we acted in the best interest of the people of Jacksonville and folks that would be visiting our city, and would do it again.
Yes, too. I mean, a lot of us as viewers, we're seeing all these spaghetti models and lines all over the place. You're making decisions like this. What's your assessment of how accurate, how good the forecasting is? Obviously, it's never going to be perfect, and there's all these variables, but has it gotten better than it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Kind of seems like every year now you got to make these decisions based on forecast models.
I'll say this. Moving from years ago when someone would watch storms develop from the television in my home, now to working with the Weather Service, I have a better appreciation for what meteorologists and weather experts go through, because it is weather and you have models that give you the best information at that time. But this is Mother Nature, and she could decide to speed, slow, or go away, and you just make decisions based on models and assumptions.
And Mayor Curry, have you heard anything from DCPS, any in regards to canceling classes next week? I know high school football is still scheduled for today, and then they canceled a few activities over the weekend, but any word about next week?
No, so they're in our briefings. With the briefings that we have here, we have all the independent agencies, including the superintendent and representatives from the school. But if you look historically, they'll make the decision, but they collaborate with us. And if you look historically how it's been done, if we have to evacuate folks, a couple of things: some of those schools are shelters. The other piece is you don't want to be evacuating certain residents and still having school take place, because it also sends a message. It's a mixed message to people about what do I do. So I would expect they'll make that decision in the days ahead, as we're making decisions about whether or not an evacuation is necessary and what flooding an event could look like.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we just wrapped up a live press conference there with Mayor Lenny Curry. Also, Sheriff Mike Williams was there. They're talking about getting ready for this. No definite, I guess, direction from them other than the big message is we are ready.
Yeah, we talked about evacuations, possibly not today. That could change, but possibly tomorrow they're going to make that decision here as they watch the storm. And it's just because the storm has slowed down, at least when it comes into our area, or at least when it makes landfall here in Florida. Let's go over to Garrett Biedenbaugh now. And Garrett, we're waiting for the governor also to talk as well about a briefing coming up in just a few minutes. But let's go over that track once again of Dorian.
Yeah, you can see right now the 8 a.m. forecast advisory is still here. We'll get our next one at 11 a.m. Northwesterly movement at 12 miles per hour. Still a Category 2 hurricane here. You can see there's that infrared satellite imagery showing the little bit better organization in terms of strengthening here this morning. Now we've had a lull. Now it'll likely build back up. Hurricane hunters are flying around in this right now. You can see the latest observations coming in from 2 Hurricane Hunter aircraft. One just went through. Looks like they found perhaps 968 millibars there. So right now the official advisory is 972, so we could see a lowering by 11 a.m. and we'll have a couple different passes through the eye wall and the eye from the hurricane hunters here before that time. We'll bring you that advisory live here on CBS 47 and Fox 30, because we'll get a new track as well. The updated forecast track as of 5 a.m. coupled with the 8 a.m. stats. You can see here still pretty high confidence that it moves back to the west through the weekend and likely strengthening some more into a Category 4 hurricane and making landfall potentially along the southeast Florida coast. Though, as the mayor indicated, there is that potential for a little bit of an escape route back, so to speak, an escape route in terms of hitting land back out into the western Atlantic, though the forecast model is continuing to indicate the southeast Florida coastline. But there is a little bit of opportunity still to make it back into the Atlantic and with that more northerly turn. But the good old spaghetti plots, as the reporter was talking about, right here you can see there they are moving in with the morning model runs into, say, south of Cape Canaveral, north of Miami, near the Stuart, Florida area, and then bending back to the north and east once we see a weakness in the Bermuda High in that ridge that will block it and make it go to the west initially. So there it is, the big H continuing to kind of grasp and control where Dorian is going It's also a ridge, a stout ridge, in the western half of the U.S. as well. If it can find a weakness in here, if there's a little bit of a weakness of that strength of the ridge, or the ridge doesn't go as far west, then that could provide an alleyway for Dorian to escape. And so that's what we'll have to watch for here. Very important aspect to the forecast here. But as we go through this morning, the updated GFS early morning model run, you can see also the Euro, pretty good agreement of southeast Florida with the actual center of circulation, though wide-ranging impacts away from the center of circulation. Then it has to go back to the north and northeast, which would involve us here in northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. One of those aspects is rain. We're going to have to talk about water with this system. This is the American forecast. This is the American model, and we'll show you the GFS, the European model as well. But now here is Governor Ron DeSantis stepping to the podium and about ready to take some questions here and talk about the storm live in Tallahassee.
But the intensity of the storm, I think there's a pretty high degree of certainty that this is going to be a major hurricane, Category 4, potentially even Category 4 plus. Yesterday, we submitted a request to the federal government for pre-landfall declaration for assistance for protective measures. We anticipate getting a positive response on that. That request has been endorsed by the entire Florida delegation in the U.S. Congress, and we appreciate them for their support on that. Floridians need to be prepared. You know, the bad news of the storm going slower is that could potentially have some negative impacts once it reaches landfall, but you do have time before it reaches to prepare if you have not done so. And so we urge all Floridians to have 7 days worth of food, medicine, and water. This is potentially a multi-day event where it will churn slowly across the state. That obviously creates a whole host of issues, but if you're in an area that has an impact from this storm, you know, you should assume you're going to lose power. If you're in an area that flooded during Hurricane Irma and you're impacted by this, you should assume that you're going to see flooding again after this storm. So be prepared, and be prepared for potentially a multi-day event. Now, local officials are making determinations, I think, today about evacuations, whether to issue evacuations and how you're going to do those evacuations. We are just asking Floridians, please heed those directives from your local folks. They're considering a variety of factors and obviously monitoring the storm's path. And so those decisions are not made lightly. But if you're in an evacuation zone and you're ordered to evacuate, please do so. Put your safety first. Better to evacuate and then it not end up hitting you than to remain in there and end up being in jeopardy of loss of life. Know if you're in an evacuation zone, know which zone you're in and know your evacuation route. Now, we, in terms of our highways here, the Florida Department of Transportation has already cleared the shoulders of all our major highways like I-95 and I-75, and so they've been swept, cleared. We will open those shoulders for traffic once evacuation orders are handed down. As of right now, the DOT has not identified any abnormal traffic patterns, but obviously we know that you know, once counties make determinations for evacuation orders, you know, you're going to see people start to get on the road. Non-essential lane closures that reduce capacity throughout the state are being opened to deal with the storm. Fuel is an issue. There's gas stations that have run out of fuel. We, in the emergency declaration, waived service and truck rates for fuel trucks so that we can increase the capacity of fuel that's being brought in. We're also going to be, starting today, implementing Florida Highway Patrol escorts for fuel trucks so we can facilitate refueling in critical parts of the state. I mean, there's some parts of the state where you have major lines for gas, cars are lined up. It makes it more difficult for the trucks to get in and replenish the gas supply. So we think those escorts will help with that. We have a lot of fuel in Florida. It's just we have limited capacity to bring it from the port to the gas stations because you can only have so many trucks at one time doing that. And so recognizing that, we've worked with FEMA to get fuel from out of state. So FEMA and Jared have worked with Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia to waive their service and truck weights so we can facilitate fuel coming in from out of state. And so that is happening as we speak. in terms of these nursing homes, obviously that's been an issue in the past. The Agency for Healthcare Administration is making site visits or calls to all facilities where the state does not have updated info about generators. As you know, we now have a website through the Agency of Healthcare Administration where you can go in each county and see who's got the generators, who doesn't, and so we think it's statewide, about 120 that we don't have the information for. So there's going to be site checks, there's going to be phone calls to make sure that they have a plan to deal with folks that are in their care. And then once the storm passes, there'll be spot checks done in conjunction with the Department of Health to see where there may be needs after the storm and see who has lost power. The website for the ACA generator is just fl-generator.com. And so we've been putting that out to the local folks in our counties and the emergency offices there so that they have a sense of where they may need to offer assistance, and we encourage everyone to take a look at that. Today, at my direction, Volunteer Florida activated the Florida Disaster Fund, the official private fund established to assist Florida's communities as they respond to and recover during times of emergency or disaster. And to donate, please visit www.volunteerflorida.org or text disaster to 20222 to make a $10 contribution, and we appreciate that. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is preparing officers and resources for potential deployments in the coming days using a variety of specialized equipment, including shallow draft boats, ATVs, airboats, and four-wheel drive vehicles. Jared has also requested vehicles from the federal government that are able to navigate some potentially flooded streets, and obviously General Eifert is sensitive to that as well. I mean, you're looking at a potentially significant water event, throughout major portions of the state, and so we want resources to be able to navigate that. There have been a number of school closures: Daytona State College, Eastern Florida State College, Indian River State College, Valencia College, Seminole State College, University of Central Florida, Florida Atlantic, Florida Polytechnic, Florida International, and the University of Central Florida have issued closures starting today through Tuesday. The school districts in Martin County and Volusia County have also announced closures for Tuesday, September 3rd. As you know, Monday is Labor Day, so the schools were scheduled to be closed anyways. Our Florida Department of Economic Opportunity is extending the deadline for local governments to submit applications for the $85 million Rebuild Florida Infrastructure Repair Program. And Visit Florida has activated the Expedia Visit Florida hotel accommodation web portal so that if there's evacuation orders, you can get a sense of what would be available in terms of accommodations. We have close to 1 million gallons of water. Jared has requested, I think, another 2 million for FEMA. We have almost 2 million meals ready for distribution. Now, we have not necessarily received requests for that yet, but we stand ready to distribute the meals when we can. And the state, and then we're also working with some of the retailers like Publix and Walmart, to make sure that their stocks are reshelved. We do not want them giving the state the water. We want that water going back on the shelves because a lot of people are preparing, which is good, but obviously the flip side of that is the water's going off the shelf and requires restocking in a quicker fashion. If you want up-to-date information on Hurricane Dorian, please visit floridadisaster.org/info. For local media updates and updates as we do, you can do my Twitter account. You can also do the State Emergency Response Twitter account, which is at FLSERT. And the state is also activating a toll-free hotline for Floridians to receive information, and that number is 1-800-342-3557. So this is a major event. We still have some degree of uncertainty, but I think if you look at the different forecasts, you see potential major impacts from places in South Florida, potentially going all the way up the coast of Florida. Some forecasts have it going through the center of the state, similar to kind of what Irma did in terms of going up the middle. And you still have some forecasts that say it's going to go across the state and end up in the Gulf of Mexico. So we just got to be prepared for all those circumstances. I think the probabilities of all those are not necessarily equal, but it's much better to be prepared and then not have to face it than to go into one of these things unprepared. And finally, I did speak with the president on Wednesday night, and the administration has been great, and they've assured us they're going to provide all the resources we need. The president was scheduled to leave the country and has canceled that trip because I think the administration recognizes that this is a really, really serious event. And with that, we're happy to take some questions for myself or Jared or the general.
Governor, what's the status of the National Guard?
General Eifert,
Sure.
they're mobilizing.
We are mobilizing as we speak. We expect about 2,000 soldiers and airmen from the Florida National Guard mobilized by the end of the day today. By the end of the day tomorrow, it'll probably be doubled by about 4,000. We're trying to be responsive but not overzealous in implementing whatever requirements the Department of Emergency Management levies on us. So we're prepared to respond. We have 12,000 soldiers and airmen in the state, and every one of them that is able and in the state, not deployed, will be ready to step up as needed. In addition, we have emergency management assistance compacts with various states in the southern region especially to be able to fill in any voids that we have or gaps in our formations that might need specialties like aviation, engineering, high water vehicle transportation, and those kinds of things.
And we also, the general's talking with other states. We anticipate getting support from other states. I know I spoke with the governor of Alabama, and she authorized some National Guard personnel from Alabama. So that is ongoing, and I'm sure we will provide those updates once we get them.
Governor,
yes.
This is just an observation. I noticed there's a lot more FEMA personnel in the EOC, and obviously the trucks that were previously across the street at DFS are now right here in the parking lot. Is this a change on your part with the with the new administration, or is this just happenstance, or is it a new approach? I guess
I think this is just what we planned, right? Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not exactly familiar in terms of how FEMA did in terms of where they were before I was here, but when we did the hurricane exercise, I mean, this is how we've anticipated it happening. And Jared has developed a really good relationship with folks in FEMA, and they really appreciate all the hard work he's doing. So I think we're on the same page, and I think we'll be able to work constructively together.
Governor, this is your first major hurricane as governor, and I'm wondering if there was much of a learning curve for you going into this, and do you see like your political future sort of tied to how the state performs during this?
I don't view it politically at all. We're trying to protect the state, protect people, and assist these local folks who are out there. They're all activated now as best we could. I grew up in Florida, so I'm not stranger to hurricanes, and of course we've had a number of active hurricane seasons recently. As a U.S. Congressman, we had Hurricane Matthew, where my district was the district that was most affected. Now granted, that could have been worse than the path it ultimately took, and then obviously Hurricane Irma, that affected almost everybody in the state, and so I have a lot of experience just understanding kind of how some of the wheels go in motion. And then we've done an awful lot with Hurricane Michael since I've taken office, and so this is something that we didn't want to see hurricane this season. I know Jared and I both did what we thought we could in different respects to try to head that off, but we also prepared for one, and did a major hurricane exercise. I would ask Jared, hey, what's it look like in the Caribbean? What's this? Because we knew that this is something that could potentially happen. So at the end of the day, we're going to be working really, really hard to do our best to help the folks in the state of Florida.
What can you tell us about cell phone coverage and how long people should expect to go out? That was a big problem, at least with some providers, after Hurricane Michael, and that's what everyone's on and going to want to know about how their home.
Sure. Well, obviously, I think in Michael, it's a major problem, and it really hindered, I think, the ability for folks to be able to take protective measures after the storm. But we've spoken with companies like Verizon, They have a plan. They are implementing the plan. They recognize, the threat from the storm and are taking action. And so that's really, at the end of the day, these are private companies. What we've done, Jared's talked to him, I've talked to him, has said, look, the state really believes that having a plan and being able to take action to restore any lost service as quickly as possible is very important. Helps with the recovery efforts, helps with people whose livelihoods are at stake. And I think they all get that, and I think they recognize some of the problems in the past. And I would say the same with the utilities. I've met with a number of the heads of the utilities, companies like Florida Power and Light, and they are executing their plans. And you're seeing a lot of assets being brought to bear in Florida right now, not necessarily for sure where those are going to need to ultimately be deployed, but there's going to be a capacity to do that. And restoring the power once it goes out to as many people as quickly as possible, that helps Jared, me, it helps General, it helps with the recovery effort and the response. And so we're sensitive to that. And I can say that the utilities have plans. They are executing those plans. Resources are being brought to bear. And I think that's a responsible thing to do.
Governor, Facebook has started a new tool for first responders to alert communities in case of emergency. Do you have any idea if the state government or any of the local governments might be using this new tool?
I'll let Jared weigh in on that.
Governor, thank you. I don't know specifically about the Facebook new tool, but I know we're constantly using social media, all different aspects of social media, all different ways of communication. But I can get back to you specifically on the Facebook issue.
The gas is an issue every time we have a hurricane. And a consultant's report earlier this year recommended increasing the capacity at the terminals, loading in the trucks. I mean, do you think that or other issues will seriously have to be addressed after this storm?
Well, let's just see. I mean, Jared and I have talked earlier this year about, do we want a state fuel reserve, and we've kicked around different ideas. But at the end of the day, we're utilizing the capacity we have here, and then we're going outside the state to increase the capacity now. And I think part of the reason why you've seen, I mean, Fort Myers is, I think they're at like 47% of the gas stations there. Basically the same as Miami. In Miami, man, there were lines everywhere there. I think part of that is because I think people are taking steps to be prepared, which is not necessarily a bad thing. So we're doing all we can on the fuel. I understand it's something that's very sensitive to me because I remember running around with these hurricanes throughout my life, and that's something that people really want to see there. So the FHP is going to be escorting some of that fuel very shortly, and we hope that makes a positive impact.
People in tiny homes and tents in North Florida, I know the hurricane shows that they can get out into the Gulf. Should they just evacuate? What should those people do?
So that's going to be a determination with the local officials that they make as they monitor the storm. Obviously, a storm that cuts across the state, ends up in the Gulf of Mexico, then slams the Panhandle is a bad thing for us because of what you cite. I mean, you have blue tarps on a lot of these houses still in places like Bay County. And so having a major impact less than a year after Michael is something that we hope does not happen. It's still too soon to tell whether that's happening. And as I say, not every path of this storm has the same probability, but you got to be prepared for that. And I think those communities are going to have to make those decisions. Obviously, Jared, myself, when if we become convinced that there's a real threat there, we're certainly going to communicate that in there. But I think it's too soon to tell. But clearly that's that's a concern for us. And I think that's been a concern for us from the beginning. And there are also other parts. I mean, if you look at we were when our briefing today, Jared was outlining some of the areas in South Florida where you have more transient communities in different parts. And that is something that is a concern for us. And so you see that in places like Palm Beach County, in some of the interior parts. So fortunately, I think Palm Beach does a good job. But that is a concern when you have some of these storms hit like this.
Do you feel that the state is dropping?
Could you speak to the decision to move the FSU game rather than cancel it all outright?
Well, I think at the end of the day, Jacksonville wrestled with whether they wanted to play the game there. Moving it to Friday they may have issued an evacuation order 3 hours before the game. So if you have a game in Jacksonville, how does that impact the evacuation of parts of Jacksonville or Duval County or other parts of the state? So I think that the mayor and the university officials, I think they made a good decision to do it. I think doing it Saturday, we're not anticipating impacts on this thing until sometime Sunday. So I think having it in Tallahassee, you can do the game, and I think people would still have the ability to get where they need to go. Obviously, this is an uncertain track, but I think the probabilities are that Jacksonville 95 area is going to be more likely to see a lot of people leaving than maybe over here and I-10. And so I think it was a good decision, and I think it'll make it easier for folks in Jacksonville to be able to manage whatever types of evacuations need to occur.
Are you looking to avoid the kind of big mass evacuation that occurred during Irma? Do you think that was a bad idea that just sort of told the state to get out of town?
Well, it's the type of thing where we want you, if you're in an evacuation zone, if you have an order come down, so if you're in Brevard County and they say evacuate the barrier islands, they're not going to do that lightly. I mean, they're doing that because they're anticipating really significant storm surge that can be life-threatening. They're anticipating massive amounts of flooding. And so we want you to heed those calls. But I think there's also the case of sometimes, if you evacuate too soon, you may evacuate into a path of the storm as it changes. And so these things are just, I think the counties are wrestling with this. The fact that the impacts are not going to happen as early as I think we initially anticipated means they're taking the time to kind of digest what that would mean and then making those decisions. And so you will see evacuations. I'm confident of that. But to just willy-nilly tell every state, we're not going to be telling every county, tell everybody to leave, because that may create some problems as well. So, but I think it's really going to be determinative on some of the local issues and local factors. And it's interesting, if you look down the east coast of Florida, some of those barrier islands are much more vulnerable than other parts of the East Florida coast. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. And so, you may have a quicker trigger on areas that really are potentially problematic. What we want to do at the state level is obviously assist the efforts. If there are evacuations, we're going to waive the tolls. We're going to open up the shoulders. We're going to do things to make that a more orderly process. And if we feel strongly that a local community is not acting in a way that makes sense, we will certainly let them know what we think. But at the same time, I really trust a lot of those local folks to really know, what's best for their communities, because this is not like this is their first rodeo at this point. I mean, we've had multiple seasons of this. I mean, a lot of people on the East Coast were concerned with Matthew. Irma concerned almost everybody, and so we're going to, we're going to tell people really focus on the news coming out of your local emergency officials.
Are you talking to federal officials about prisoners? I've seen Miami is not rated for a Category 3 storm. Obviously, some of these are federal facilities, but what are you guys doing about prisoners?
Well, we're on our facilities. That was actually one of my concerns, because I'm like, and basically the prisoners are put into facilities that can withstand, impacts. And so you will see prisoners moved around. And that was done with Hurricane Michael, and it was done relatively uneventfully. And so that's what's going to have to happen this time. In terms of the federal, we're not really going to take federal prisoners. I don't think there's a plan for that, because I think they obviously have their own facilities and are responsible for those inmates.
Also on FEMA funding, you might remember when you were up in Congress that there's a bit of a delay in the way that FEMA can get the money down to the states, then they can distribute it. I think there's like 2 or 3 weeks per month that Congress or the Senate can actually sit on the money and debate about it. Some members will actually use it to say that they got all this money. With this storm coming, do you know if there's any interest in actually kind of removing this and to get money down to the state faster, or?
Well, Jared can speak about what we've done. Now remember, some of the money was FEMA, but some of the money was, there were processes here that were not working effectively as well. But Jared can talk about what we're doing there.
And just one more question after this,
So I've already addressed that with FEMA about the money that is in at the CRC for approval and in OLA review. I've also talked to our delegation about that, and so FEMA is already communicating with me about the dollars that they're going to push down, because obviously as counties and cities have to respond, we want to make sure that they have the resources to do so, which is why, you know, obviously over the last 7.5 months, 8 months, we've pushed now more than $800 million down to the local governments. It's more money than the division has ever moved in its history. Over $150 million of the Citrus Block Grant program has been moved, under Governor DeSantis. So I am looking at that, and FEMA is cooperating, getting that money out faster.
You mentioned that there were millions of meals and that there was a lot of water being stockpiled. Where are those stockpiles at? Are they going to be centrally located, or are they out of state, ready to move in?
I mean, I know some of them are in Central Florida, but Jared could probably tell you where all those are.
Yeah, so they're in our warehouse in Orlando. We stockpile both the water and the food there, and then it becomes a massive distribution center. We also have multiple vendors ready to go to distribute all sorts of different commodities, including water and food.
What triggers that? When do you decide it's time to distribute?
So there's a lot of things. Right now I'm gathering commodities. As counties request things, we push them down. They put in those requests, and then we fulfill all the needs or any unmet needs that they may have.
But we haven't received any requests up to this point from the counties, but we stand ready to fulfill those requests.
Yeah, we received no requests for any food. We've been moving water to them over the last couple of days out of the warehouse.
So I'm going to be, I think I got to get running. I'm going to go down and meet with the folks in Palm Beach County today. I'm also going to tour kind of the super storm facility for FP&L, get a sense of the assets that they're bringing to bear to help get the power back on, and then we're going to be going to Central Florida, I think to Orange County, visiting with the emergency officials here, but my intention is to end up back here, so we'll probably have another briefing sometime late afternoon, early evening here in Tallahassee. So thank you.